and happy Tuesday to you. If you're watching the live stream today, you know, but if you're watching the upload, the replay, this is being recorded on Tuesday, November 25th of 2025. So of course, the messages are timeless, but just in case you want to know when it went down, then that's where it is. Hopefully, we're going to have a great Bible study session tonight. This is a Bible study of a different kind, so be aware of that. But we've got a lot of ground to cover, so I'm going to give a few minutes for some folks to come in. I will make some preview announcements while we're waiting for a few folks to come into the live stream. As I've reminded you all, if you want to be a part of the group meditation that we're going to be doing on December the 12th and on the December 21st, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com if you're not already part of our WhatsApp group. If you are, then I'll come closer to the date. I'll ask for suggestions when we get ready to sit down and actually write it to put our specific intentions into those meditations. But yeah, we'll be doing that. So if you're not a part of that group, definitely come and join us. There's nothing, like I said, it's free, no obligation to it, but it is a place where like-minded folks can share the things that we run across because everybody's algorithm isn't the same. So I can't discuss every interesting article or video that I run across in the live stream. So that's a place where we can kind of share that information and we have a good time over there. And hey, Brittany, welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate you joining this evening. How are you doing? I um I actually was more productive. Well, I wasn't as productive today as I wanted to be. I still didn't finish the book of Enoch, but I did get a TikTok video uploaded as well as a reading for Anunnaki Oracle Priestess and had a couple of personal conversations. I got a chance to read through about 4 or 5 chapters in Genesis that I want to talk about in tonight's live stream. So the energy's still doing its thing, but it didn't have me completely in its grips today. I was able to do a little bit of stuff. Um, it's slower than it could be because of me. I'm not, on the live stream the other night, I got one person that paid for a mini reading, but they're just gonna have to get used to it. That's one of the reasons. But I stuck to my guns. I didn't just cave in and start giving them free readings. 3 sessions was all I was willing to do for free, and I'm gonna stick to that because if I don't, I'll wind up with the same thing there that happened here, where everybody loves me as long as I'm giving it away, but nobody wants to actually do an energy exchange, and I can't have that. Hey, Vivek, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? I'm glad to have you in here to the live stream. I'm just giving a few minutes to see if some folks are going to join us. We're going to get into a little Bible study this evening. So if you have a Bible, you may want to go and grab it. It's not necessary because I will be reading directly from the English Standard Version, and I'll try to go, slow enough that everybody can hear it. You say you would stick with that too? But yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do, donation-based readings. I mean, but I will have to stipulate if they really, really want a reading. I've had people on Buy Me a Coffee give me $3, and while I appreciate that, I'm not gonna do a full reading for $3. If they give me $3, they'll basically get a 1 or 2 card pull, like a yes or no answer. The mini readings, I feel like I'm already giving them a lot of bang for their buck for $10, so I'm not really gonna go less than that. Hey, Hot Boy Haitian, welcome, welcome. Got a hot boy in the house, alrighty. Yeah, on the amount. Yeah, true. But that's what I'm saying. If they, when I made the announcement about the $10 mini reading, only one person bid on it. So I didn't even go into further stuff. If they want longer readings, I'll be happy to email them the links and stuff, like we do here on YouTube. But I'll work it out as we go. We'll see how that goes. But I hope everyone is doing well this evening. Y'all, this morning I woke up with a different aspect of the scriptures on my mind than I had thought about in a while. So we're going to go there tonight. It's still in Genesis, but I was thinking about Lot. And everybody, when we look if you're familiar with the biblical stories, what? Okay. Well, I'm not reading from the Douay. I'm reading from the English Standard Version. So, but welcome to you, Antoine. Welcome in, and happy Tuesday to you. And welcome, Paul. Welcome to you as well. But yeah, when people talk about the story of Lot in the Bible, preachers always go to the so-called lesson. Okay, Antoine, that's cool. I mean, there's so many different versions or translations of the Bible. Please don't put a synopsis of all of them in here, because all they're going to do is get caught up in reading that and not going to hear what I had to say. Gregorio Castillo, welcome, welcome, and welcome to the live stream. Happy Tuesday to you, if it's still Tuesday in your part of the world. But yeah, when people talk about the story of Lot in the Bible, oh, thank you, Hectic. Well, I don't want to be, I don't want to be a prospered God. I just want to be a teacher. I'm not a God. But welcome to you, Hectic Hitman, as well. When people talk about the story of Lot in the Bible, preachers always go to the lesson of not looking back, not craving after material things, because they make the lesson that comes out of the story of Lot be all about how his wife got turned into a pillar of salt. But there's a lot more to unpack in the story of Lot than that, and we're going to definitely look into that today. We're going to cruise through. Before we get into Genesis per se, last week, 2 days ago, well, no, last week, it was literally 2 days ago. Well, I guess Sunday was this week, first day of this week. We didn't finish up in the seventh tablet in the Lost Book of Enki. We were discussing the Adamu, the Adam creation story, and how after a time the Adamu and Tiamat were created, but they were still sterile, and they had to get more of the Anunnaki DNA in order for them to become intelligent enough to be considered workers and all of that. And after that happened, Enlil got angry and had them tossed out of the garden. And then they continued on. Hey, Mello, I'm so sorry that you're sad and depressed. I hope you get to feeling better soon. And if not, please contact the crisis hotline. Um, but yeah, they got in the seventh tablet after they got expelled to the Eden. There were some real problems going on the earth in the Eden. They were starting to see global warming and earthquakes and flooding and just major damage. And when they started looking into the skies, it wasn't just Earth that was having problems. Venus was having atmospheric issues, as well as Mars, and then another planet they call Mumu, which I'm not sure if that was Mercury or Jupiter. I'm not sure which one Momo would have been, but in the Lost Book, it does say that there's something about Nibiru's orbit that when it comes too close to, or in close proximity to our orbit, it disturbs our atmosphere as well as three other planets and the moon. So they were trying to figure out where they were going to shift the way station for the gold transfer. It had been on Mars, but whatever happened as Nibiru got closer, it started causing a lot of atmospheric issues on Mars as well. And the dust storms and all that were just entirely too much for the workers to handle on Mars. So they said that they would either bring the gold operation back to Earth, or they would move it to the moon. So they had to get permission to go and explore the moon to see if that was going to be a suitable place. Enki suggested the moon because the gravitational pull on the moon is less than on Earth. So they were saying it wouldn't be as big of a deal for them constantly coming into Earth's atmosphere to pick up the gold and shuttle it back to Nibiru. Hey, Goni 89080. Tonight we're going to get into some Bible discussion of Genesis. I'm finishing up part of the conversation we had from last live stream that I did. We were reading in the Lost Book of Enki about the Adam creation story and what happened after that. I had gone into the seventh tablet in the Lost Book of Enki, and this was after the Adam creation story. But like I said, they were having some issues, and with the Adamu, and then let me see. Okay, let's take up here. Yeah, this is where I was, because they still didn't have enough gold. So we're going to finish up the seventh tablet, and then I'm going to go into the Genesis story from the Bible. Not the Genesis story, but some stuff that I wanted to point out in Genesis from the Bible. But in any event, it says on Lamu, the atmosphere was damaged. Lamu is the other name for Mars. Dust storms were with life and work interfering. So Marduk to Enki was saying, to earth return I wish. To his father he disclosed. Enlil to his olden plans betook himself. What cities and their task he planned, he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established to the others, he was saying. And that's fine. You can be atheist all you want, Gani. If you don't like what's being said here, nobody's forcing you to stay. I'm not religious either. I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious. And if you listen, I think you'll find out, because when I'm reading from the Bible, it's not to prove the existence of an all-knowing, invisible Alpha Omega Sky Daddy. Quite the opposite. The Lost Book of Enki tells us that they were not gods. They were extraterrestrial beings that came here. So we're not Christian up in here, as Brittany pointed out. So you might be in the right spot. If it feels good to you, stay and enjoy. And if not, peace be upon you, brother. Okay, cool. All right. The olden designs of the layout on the crystal tablet to them he showed, the conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward Nibiru from Earth, we must be able, so was Enlil to them saying. So whatever this atmospheric upset from Nibiru's orbit put into place, Mars was no longer a viable way station. From the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shars it was. Now, a shar is 3,600 years, so it had been 240,000, wait a minute, 258,000 years since they first came to Earth, before they even started trying to make the whole Adamu situation. Well, yeah, I think Adapa was born in the 93rd shar. So, but it's now 80 shars have gone by. So right now we're still dealing with the Adamu line, if you will. Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki, the three ways of heaven and the constellations determined. Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tabira, the metal city, be established. Therefrom, let the gold from earth to Nibiru and the chariots be directly carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tabira to the commander, to them words was saying. Enlil, to the words of Ninurta his son, gave heed. Of his son's wisdom he was proud. And remember, Ninurta is Enlil, who later became known as Yahweh, Jehovah. Ninurta is his son by his half-sister Ninmah, who later became known as Isis. Okay. To Anu, the king, Enlil, the plan quickly conveyed to him words he was saying. Let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Let the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from earth to Nibiru be carried. Directly to earth from Nibiru, let heroes and supplies be coming. Before then, they had been taking the gold ore to refine it on Mars, and then they were picking up the gold on Mars instead of on Earth. But because of the atmospheric disruptions there, the air on Mars was no longer suitable for them. It was too many dust storms and all of that without a viable atmosphere to, hold it. So they had to move the way station to Earth. Of great merit is the plan of my brother, Enki to their father, Anu was saying. A great disadvantage in its core it is holding. The net pull of earth is than Lamu's much greater. To overcome it, our powers shall be exhausted. Before there is rush to deciding, let us an alternative examine. Nearby the earth, a companion it has, the moon it is. Smaller is its net pull, ascent and descent thereon little effort will require. Let us it as a way station consider. Let me and Marduk therefore thereto journey. The two plans Anu the king before counselors and savants for considering presented. Let the moon be first examined, the king they did advise. Let the moon be first examined, Anu to Enki and Enlil the decision beamed. Enki was greatly joyed. The moon to him always was alluring. Whether somewhere waters it is hiding, what atmosphere it possesses, he always did wonder. In sleepless nights, its silvery cool disk with bewitchment he observed. Its waxing and waning, a game with the sun played, a wonder of wonders he deemed. What secrets from the beginning it held he wished to uncover. So it's noted that when he first came here, he mapped out our constellations and set time and the calendar, our base math, and all the rest of that. He started mapping out the continent, and because he's a scientist and an explorer. So of course, once he's sitting here on Earth, he's observing the moon every day, and he's noticing the waning and waxing of the moon, the fullness and all that. Of course, he wants to go see it, but he was tied up at work, so he had to arrange for a field trip, and this is a perfect opportunity. He's saying it's smaller than Earth, so it's bound to have less gravitational pull. So, no, I haven't made it to the seventh dimension, Ed B. If I had, I wouldn't necessarily have to come back here. Once you made it to 7D, as far as I've been told or have read, the choice to incarnate or not within a body. Actually, I think by the time you make it to 7D, you can't physically incarnate in a 3D body anymore. You would burn up the synapses in a physical carbon based life form. You can still choose to incarnate at will in a sixth dimensional body or a fifth dimensional body, but not seventh. But no, I haven't made it to the seventh dimension. But let's continue. Thrice they, the earth's companion, encircled, the deep wound by the dragon caused, they observed. And remember, according to their lore, Tiamat's destruction, if you will, they describe it in terms of a dragon being slain and the planet exploded and the shrapnel from it was embedded upon Earth. There's a hammered bracelet or a meteor belt around the Earth at this point because of that explosion. And they said that the Earth, the moon, and Mars was literally peppered with shards of meteors and or shrapnel from the explosion of the planet Tiamat. So they wanted to look at, they call it by the dragon. And again, that's one of the things we talked about in not the past live stream, but the one before, when we were discussing the nature of Leviathan and Behemoth, because so many of the Bible thumpers are talking about Leviathan on TikTok. I'm hearing Leviathan in the short reels and all, and they're liking it to a literal monster that is supposedly as large as half the size of the United States and it's moving. I honestly don't think that the scriptural reference to Leviathan is a physical monster that we still got to worry about being awakened from some undersea cave. In the Babylonian style of writing, a lot of things were stylized in that way. Like I said, Tiamat was called a dragon as well. And it was a planet, but it was referred to as a dragon. Marduk in the Babylonian epic supposedly went and slayed Tiamat, even though all of that stuff happened before he was even a gleam in his daddy's eye, because he's the son of Enki, and Enki was familiar with the legends as well, but Marduk did not slay Tiamat. Hey, Healing Wisdom Arts, welcome. So they said thrice they the earth's companion encircle the deep wound by the dragon cause they observed by many hollows the handiwork of smashing demons was the moon's face marked, and that's the potholes and stuff that we can see some of them from here when the moon is full. You can see the landmarks or the potholes and all of that stuff on the face of the moon even now. In a place of rolling hills, they set the rocket ship down. In its midst, they landed. From the place, the earth they could observe, and the expanse of the heavens. Helmets, eagles they had to don. The atmosphere for breathing was insufficient. With ease they walked about, in this and that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it was for a way station, it is unsuitable to his father, Marduk was saying. Let us abandon this place, let us to earth return. Do not be hasty, my son, so was Enki to Marduk, saying, are you not by the celestial dance of earth and moon and sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing, the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth, like a globe in the void by nothing, is hanging. With our instruments, we can scan the distant heavens. The handiwork of the Creator of all, in this solitude, we can admire. Let us stay, the circuits observe, how the moon circles the earth, how the earth its circuits around the sun is making. So Enki, by the sights agitated, to his son Marduk was saying. By his father's words, Marduk was persuaded. In the rocket ship, they made their dwelling. So yes, we are on Earth, Jeffro Soul, but from what I'm reading right now, this is talking about when Enki and his son Marduk went to go examine the moon to see if it would become a suitable replacement way station for the gold mining operation, because Nibiru had pulled up so close to our solar system that 4 of the planets of our solar system, including Mars, which had been used for a way station for the refining of gold, had been declared unsuitable. Mars' atmosphere was complete. They were having massive dust storms because of the displacement there. Hey, Supreme, welcome in, welcome, welcome. So they wanted to go check out the moon to see if the moon would be suitable, because they already understood that the gravitational pull of the moon was going to be far less than what it is on Earth. So if they could use the moon, that would be better. But they got there and immediately saw that the moon is not going to be suitable for this. The atmosphere is not breathable. They had to use breathing apparatus, space suits and helmets in order to breathe on the moon. So Marduk was ready to hurry up and leave, but Enki said, hold up, while we're here, don't you want to take some time to kind of do some astronomical work and map out the planets and kind of make some observation of the circuits and stuff? So they made a home in their spaceship for the time being so that they could do some further exploration and scientific studies. You say you want to live on the moon? No, I'm good. Because again, the atmosphere still isn't breathable. So I don't want to live up there where I have to to depend on an oxygenating suit to work. Because if anything goes wrong, you're gone in 6 minutes, If the oxygen fails, you're done. So I don't think I really want to live on the moon. Not to mention, since watching Cosmic Secret with David Wilcock and them talking about what they found inside the moon, I don't think I'd want to be there and be reminded of thousands and thousands and thousands of people dying instantly. They said it still smells like death inside the moon. Enki couldn't fix it himself. He's telling you right here, they had to wear the Eagles helmets. They determined that it wasn't going to be suitable, so they camped out in their spaceship while they were doing their exploratory work. But he couldn't fix it back then. Why you think he's going to be able to fix it now? I'm just saying. He's not here because honestly, even if he could, again, they'd already defied, they broke galactic law by making humans. They can't quote unquote fix the moon if the creator of all haven't given them the instructions on how to do that. It's against galactic law for them to go to any planet or whatever and just start messing with stuff there. You said my smile has power. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Now, let's continue on, shall we? Let's see. For one circuit of Earth, for 3 circuits on the moon, they remained. Its motions about the Earth they measured, the duration of a month they calculated. For 6 circuits of Earth, for 12 circuits about the sun, Earth's year they measured. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Then to the sun's quarter they gave attention, gave the paths of Mumu and Lahamu they studied. So Mumu almost has to be Mercury at this point. So they didn't say so in the glossary, but yeah, Mumu. In fact, they talk about the precession of the planets when they were on. When hold on a second. Hold on. From the escape from Nibiru. I mean, when Alalu escaped from Nibiru, I'm trying to see. That was in the second tablet, but it talks about the precession of the planets that he went down, where he passed. Hold on. And see, they give an account of the so-called celestial battle and how the earth had come to be and of Nibiru's destiny. But again, it's in the very stylized kind of Chaldean, Babylonian style of text that we see. But I was trying to see they talked about the planets. It's not that important. Let me go ahead on and get back because that'll take too much time for me to find that. Again, I will be starting back into the rereading of this book this week, and we'll sort all of that out. And I'll try to take some notes in the margins so that if it comes up again, I didn't realize that they had not put in the glossary where exactly Mumu was, but it almost has to be Mercury because Lamu is Mars and then Earth is in the center. And they also said Venus was affected by Nibiru's orbit. It didn't continue on out with Jupiter and Saturn and all the rest of them. So, yeah, closest to the sun will be Mercury, then Earth, then Mars, then Venus. Those 4 planets were affected by whatever was going on with Nibiru's orbit as it came in close enough proximity to Earth that it caused those, like I said, global warming, earthquakes, flooding, um, like the typhoons, dust storms, those sorts of things. Same stuff we're starting to see happen now. This happens in cycles. It's not that we're doing anything bad or wrong. Nibiru is such a large planet that when it comes in close proximity to our solar system every so many thousand years, it causes disturbances in our atmosphere. So, you know, the powers that were sell us on the idea of global warming and all of that. That's part, we didn't do that. Now, yes, we should take care of our planet. We should not pollute, but we're not the cause of the quote unquote global warming and the ice caps melting. It does that. It's part of the water cycle of this planet. It's a way that the oceans basically do a water change every so many thousand years. The ice caps are going to melt, they slide off into the oceans, the waters of the oceans rise and recede, and then it winds up going back and doing the same thing over and over again. But let me see. 6 were the okay. Here we go. Then see, with the Earth and the Moon, Lamu, the Sun's second quarter constituted. 6 were the celestials of the lower waters. So was Enki to Marduk explaining. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters. Beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were. Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimud, Gaga and Nibiru. These were the 6 others. So they had Gaga and Little Gaga. Little Gaga is Pluto. I remember them talking about that. And Nibiru is not just beyond, but it's beyond Pluto because when um, Alalu was making his way towards Earth, Little Gaga was the first planet that he came up here with. Pastor, you don't know what you're talking about. Go on about your business, because we're not talking about who created the universe. The Anunnaki acknowledged that the creator of all, the father of all beginning, created the universe. That ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now with Earth's story. Okay? Hey, Ayubella, welcome. 12 were they in all. Of 12 did the sun and his family make the count. Of the upheavals most recent, Marduk of his father was inquiring, why have seven celestials in a row places taken? So was he, his father, asking. Their circuits about the sun, Enki then considered. Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of earth and moon therein on a chart Enki marked out. By the motions of Nibiru, the sun, not a descendant, the width of the great band he outlined. The way of Anu the king, to name it, Enki decided. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars did father and son observe. By their proximities and groupings was Enki fascinated. By the circuit of the heavens from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, by the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12, he paired. So he's creating the zodiac, the zodiacal circuits, ages, or whatnot, the zodiac. To each one he designated a station. By names they were to be called. Then in the heavens below, the way of Anu, whence Nibiru, the sun, is approaching, a band-like way he designed the way of Enki, it designated. To it 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil he called. Therein, too, the stars into 12 constellations he assembled. 36 were the stars constellations in the three ways were they located. And interesting, because even though we look at 12, we understand there are 12 months in the zodiac, or 12 months in the year. We have the monthly zodiac, then we have the zodiacal precession of the ages, which is 2,680 years. And then there's a larger precession that's like 36,000 years. But that kind of sort of, if they were initially operating on base 12 math, the 36, 360, all of those make perfect sense, especially when you consider a Shar on Nibiru is 3,600 years. Juju, all of them, including your favorite one, Yahweh Jehovah. I'm reading about all of them. He in here too. They call him Enlil in this particular book that I'm reading, but he's Yahweh Jehovah or Enlil. So all of them are fake gods. So you ain't said nothing. David H, hi and welcome to both of you if you choose to behave and play nice. But we're reading in the Lost Book of Enki about what happened after the creation of Adamo and Tiamat, but before the creation of Adapa and Titi. Or ain't even the creation, the birth of Adapa and Titi. Um, Henceforth, when Nibiru nears and departs from earth by the stars' stations, its course shall be known. So will the earth's position designated as around the sun it travels. The start of the cycle of celestial time, the measure Enki to Marduk indicated. When on earth I had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named. What led me down this path of research? I became clairaudiently linked with Yeshua back in 2020 when I asked if any of the ascended masters that were willing to work with me would come forth. I had been down the path of the initiate for a couple of years already, but I was led to some study courses, a couple of initiation courses, and um, processes that I had gone through. And then I became clairaudiently linked with Yeshua, and then around 2022, I started hearing from him, basically being taken back into the Bible to look at what he was really saying and what was really happening there when he started saying they delivered him up to the Romans. They delivered him up to the Romans. And I had to sit with that for a while. And it took me back into a study of the scriptures, but I was seeing it differently then. And then in 2023, I was led to consider the Lost Book of Enki and Sitchin's work. And honestly, at around that same time, I was also led to Paul Wallace and Mauro Bellino's work. So it just all clicked for me, because at first I wondered, am I seeing this correctly? Am I interpreting this correctly? And then I started getting confirmations by going into some of Bellino's work and Wallace's work to let me know, no, yeah, I'm hearing it correctly and understanding it correctly. We're spiritual and believe there's a creator of all, but there are no true gods. Yes. David H., I do believe that Yeshua is the son of one of the Elohim, but not the one that Christians claim. Christianity would have us believe that Yeshua is the son of Yahweh Jehovah, and he is not. If you read the scriptures carefully and understand what you're reading in those scriptures, and understand that more than one Elohim's stories are playing out in the scriptures, Yeshua is the son of Lord Enki, not Lord Enlil. So I absolutely believe he's the son of the Elohim, but just not the Elohim that hates humanity and is known as a liar and Satan of the Eden and all the rest of that. Yahweh is the devil, according to Yeshua, the one you call Jesus. He told the Jews, the Yahweh worshiping Jews, exactly by that term. He didn't mince words. He told them that the Elohim that sent him was not the Elohim that they were worshiping, that they were worshiping the devil. Go look at the Gospel of John. And then later in the scriptures, he told the Yahweh worshiping Jews that they were worshiping at the synagogue of Satan. That's one of the reasons I go into the Bible study, because I really want to go back instead of glossing over the Sunday school version of a lot of these Bible accounts. We're going to go back through and read the full Bible accounts, the stuff that the pastors will not discuss from the pulpit, so that each person can consider the true nature of Yahweh and the wisdom or lack thereof of the early Israelites who chose to follow him. Because initially they weren't even Israelites. They became Israelites because they chose to follow Yahweh. The nation of Israel was created out of Abraham because Abraham allowed himself to be suckered into worshiping this violent, dishonest, untrustworthy storm god. But we're going to continue here a little bit, because I do want to finish. Well, let me see if I can skip forward some. Let me see. The secret, my son, what it is that you do not know. What is it that you do not know? What is it that you are missing to him? Enki was saying. The secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth with you I have shared. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki and the Abzu, the toil ceased, and the primitive worker you set to fashion, not my mother, but Ninmah, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you, was summoned. Not I, but Ningishzida, of me the younger, to help you was invited. With them, not with me, your knowledge of life and death did you share. So we're starting to see Marduk's very selfish nature. He got to take this field trip. He was invited to go on a field trip with his daddy to go explore the moon. And while he's up there, he's complaining to his daddy because Ninmah was chosen to accompany him for exploration and to help create the Adamu project. And his other son, Ningishzida, helped out. Thoth is Enki's son, and he was asked to come and help with the Adamu project, but Marduk was not. But Marduk wasn't into the sciences like that. Ningishzida, Thoth, he was a geneticist too. Him and his daddy sat up and created all kinds of abominations, according to Denmark, just for the heck of doing it. They did a lot of cloning experiments, a lot of hybridizing experiments, both with animals and plant life on the planet, because that's what they enjoyed doing. But Marduk was just jealous because, well, why did you choose him? Why did you choose Nimrod? Why did you choose that instead of my mother? Why did you? Because he had to choose some of them. So why in the world would they turn around and get upset about that? Kinetic for Christ, be quiet or be gone. That's all I'm gonna tell you, because they'll get that. First of all, Yeshua never said he was the Alpha and the Omega. That's something that Yahweh said. Later on, he gets the, and even still in Revelation, I don't think the title of Alpha and Omega applies to Yeshua. It applies to the new Elohim that's coming down with New Jerusalem, the new base camp. Don't just keep accepting the church, the juvenile church claptrap just because you can. Learn something. Go do your homework. You girl, okay, whatever. Why would God want you to believe something you've never seen? Why would he tell you to believe it at all? Only liars need believers. No. Anyway. Bye, Kinetic. This ain't the place for you. If that's what you honestly believe, this is not the place for you. You have drank the Kool-Aid, and you have a very, very elementary understanding of the scriptures and even the own religion that you practice and spirituality in general. Most Christians do not truly understand what they've signed on for, and that's why I'm here teaching, to help people understand. And if you don't want to learn, that's up to you. You can go read Billy Carson all you want, but Billy Carson, and again, I love Billy Carson. I would encourage you to go read Paul Wallace. And Billy Carson and Paul Wallace are beginning to collaborate some, but Paul Wallace has a much more, if you're trying to understand Christianity, take it from someone who has decades of experience in that. Billy Carson was never particularly religious. He's looking at it more from the standpoint of the alien aspect, which it all is still the same. I'm not saying that Carson's work isn't valid, but I'm saying as a Christian who's trying to sort it out in their minds, you would be much better suited to look first at Paul Wallace's work. Paul Wallace was an archdeacon in the Anglican Church for 33 years. He taught folks in seminary. He taught priests and pastors and all of that. He was a teacher of teachers. So he completely understands the biblical aspect because he spent 3 decades doing biblical research. But he also walked away from that when he actually started to see the paleo contact aspect that is in the Bible. So that's why we discuss both of them here. Korean baby life. We're not alone. Yugur Luco Ray, or your girl, what is it? Your girl Yuko Ray, whoever. We're not alone. We ain't never been alone, and you're not gonna be alone. That is a very defeatist type attitude that'll keep you stuck too. Now, I'm not telling you that we got to go bowing and scraping to Yahweh, because we absolutely need to cut that out. But we're not alone. The same folks that made us our progenitors are still here watching us, and if they ain't watching us directly from here, they're watching us from directly above. They still got to be, because what all of the stuff that happened, we look at it as ancient because we only live 100 years, but in their time frame, a year on their planet is 3,600 years. So everything that happened in this book was only 2 to 3 years ago in their time period. They ain't gone nowhere. They're still here. They're just not directly interacting. I didn't say Yeshua doesn't heal, and I didn't say that Yeshua doesn't help people. I am clairaudiently linked with him, but he didn't tell nobody he was the Alpha and the Omega, and he is not the God of the Bible. That is blaspheming against him, because it clearly tells us that the God of the Bible, if you knew what you was actually reading, the one that put himself out there as the Alpha and the Omega, Yahweh Jehovah, was public enemy number 1 of Yeshua's, and he's going to be put down like a dog at the end of Revelation. Yeshua's ministry, his entire ministry, was telling the Yahweh worshiping Jews that they were worshiping the wrong Elohim. They were worshiping the devil. And Paul came along and continued to hoodwink and lie and bamboozle the remnant of Yeshua loving servants after his execution off the planet. they tricked those people into continuing to worship Yahweh anyway by remixing him as Jehovah. Yeah, Yahweh is the falsest one of all. Enki was known as the truth teller. Yahweh was known as the liar and the manslayer. And in the scriptures, it says Enoch walked with the true God. Job walked with the true God. This and that. When Methuselah walked with, and Methuselah, Noah, Enoch, and all three of them were actual sons of Lord Enki, like from a human female. If you actually read the older book, the text, and knew what you were looking at, they sort of kind of forget and leave that part out of the scrubbed version here. People talking about you're not supposed to add nothing or take nothing away. They took a whole lot out of these books before they let us add them. Kinetic for Christ, the one that's called the Alpha and the Omega in Revelation, is his father, the other Elohim. In Revelation 21, the Alpha and the Omega that's referred to is not Yeshua. Yeshua is seated on the throne. The Alpha and the Omega is Enki, the other Elohim that's coming down with New Jerusalem, shining like a jewel, all of that. El Shaddai was well, but again, Korean baby life. The El Shaddai means the sons of the Elohim. And guess what? If you want to consider that the big daddy of the Elohim would have been Anu, then Enki and both Enki and Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah, would be considered El Shaddai, sons of the Elohim. Bruce Boyd, again, that Christ is King of Kings. I wish Christians would get some sense and stop saying that. That King of Kings, Lord of Lords thing, that's the lie that the Jews put up there to say that he said he was King of the Jews. That's the lie that they told the Romans in order to get him executed. Y'all sit there and spew it like it's a banner that you just supposed to keep putting it out there. But he didn't tell nobody that he was the King of Kings or that he was even the King of the Jews. That's the lie that the Jews told on him to Pilate to anger the emperor and get them. That was the accusation that was made. He going around telling people he the king of the Jews. He's usurping your authority as the emperor of Rome. That's what they arrested him based on. So Christians keep spewing that because a pastor somewhere done told them that without actually reading the scriptures to understand what it means. Okay, and El Shaddai simply means the son of the Elohim. Elohim means the powerful ones. El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones. El Elyon means the destroyer. And we're going to get into Genesis in a little bit because I wanted to go to Genesis 18 because it talks about where Yahweh appeared in physical form, even though they lied and said no man can see God and yet live. Abraham saw him. It's right there. The account is in the Bible. But we'll get there eventually. Hey, Environment, welcome and good afternoon. You said you can argue with your schizophrenic friend all day about reality, but we all see differently, like reflection of our own shadows. Exactly. So I know the real hardcore Bible thumping Christians are never going to see the truth right up until they get destroyed at Armageddon, just like Revelation said they would, just like Yeshua told them they would. They're still going to be clutching their Bibles and their pearls, swearing up and down that they're right, even though Yeshua told them in that day, many will come to me and say, Lord, Lord, didn't we perform many powerful works in your name and prophesy in your name and expel demons in your name? And yet I'll say to them, I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of evil. Because they're not teaching what Yeshua said. They've declared themselves all righteous and all knowing because of the apostate Paul telling them Jesus said this, but I say this. And they chose to rock out with what the apostate Paul told them without going back through and listening to Yeshua's actual words. So they can know whatever they think they know. They're going to find out one of these days. Your girl Luca Ray, be gone with you if you think I'm speaking nonsense fiction. The scriptures is one of the best nonsense fictions out there. A talking snake, really? Immaculate conception, really? But you're saying I'm speaking nonsense, even though the accounts that I'm reading are giving you a more sensical explanation for those ridiculous stories. But you pop up in here and refuse to listen and want to say I'm speaking nonsense fiction. You be real, girl. El Shaddai, again, you don't know Hebrew either, Korean baby life. And you know where I'm getting my information on that from? Again, from Paul Wallace, who spent 3 decades in seminary style study, as well as Zechariah Sitchin, who was actually born either in Palestine or Israel, grew up in those ancient schools because he was almost 100 years old when he transitioned off this planet. But he grew up reading ancient Hebrew, and he said he used to get in trouble in school too because the church had decided to shift the meaning of those words. But Elohim has never meant God, it means powerful ones. And El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones. So if you're taking your Hebrew education from front page Google, you're not going to get the real truth. But they're listening to somebody who grew up speaking that language as their native language. I'm going to believe what he say before I believe what Google or you say, Korean baby life. I didn't say I was right and know everything, but I know what Yeshua showed me. You said Yeshua lied a lot. Okay. You say Yeshua lied a lot. So what are you even promoting Christianity for if you think Yeshua is a liar too? That part. My thoughts on Islam, David, they just as jacked up as Christianity and Judaism, and truthfully, maybe a little bit more because they lean even more openly towards the violent execution of everything that ain't them. Christians pray people into the pits of hell, but Muslims will actually put you there if they can get away with it. If you're not Muslim, they really want you unalive. Jews are the same way. It's in the Talmud, it's in their holy books. If you're not one of them, they want you dead. So I don't think no more of them than they think of me, or I don't think no less of them than they think of me, because they don't think much of me at all, because I'm not willing to buy into their mess or bow to their evil God. Just because you know how to say shalom, Korean baby life, don't mean you know Hebrew either. But okay. I'm going to ignore them because I ain't really exactly, I don't need to. Hey, Shawanda Sheree, welcome in. I didn't see you. And again, if you don't believe in anything, then you just a fool. Your girl Luca Ray, you don't have to believe in nothing, but to sit here and say there is no benefit in any of it, or all of it is just blah blah blah, then why are you here? Care your ass. This ain't your channel. This ain't your information. If you don't want to believe in nothing, you just want to put your head in the sand and go blah blah blah. I can't hear you. This is not your channel. Just be quiet or go away. How about that? Hey, Minerva, welcome. Oh, you've been listening a long time. Cool, cool, cool. It's good to see you. Hey, Swims, welcome. Bye, your girl, Luca Ray. Bye. Hey, Handy Andy Weapon. They're weapons. They are control points. All religions are control points. All of the Enlilite religions, and anyway, and truthfully, the Inkyite people look at them as religions. They're not genuine. Whatever you are, sir, ma'am, whoever. It says you girl, Luca Ray. That's the only reason I said, because that's what you put up there. So you're a man. That's lovely. I'm finishing up Swims. I'm finishing up the 7th tablet in the Lost Book of Inky just because we got stuck there the other night, and then we're going into a discussion in Genesis because I wanted to talk about the story of Lot. Whatever you say, you girl, Luca Ray, man that you are, but you going by girl in your title. I don't care what you call me. You can say that I'm a girl. You can all it doesn't matter. I'm done talking to you. How about that? So in any event, where was I? In here, they were on the moon and discussing the stuff, but like I said, Ninurta was upset because Ninma and Ningishzida had been chosen to do the genetic experimentations of there. Um, how many tablets are there in the Lost Book? I think they're 13. Yeah, no, 14. Hold on, make sure there isn't a 15th because I know there's 15 tablets. Yeah, there's 14 tablets in the Lost Book of Enki, and I think 15 in the Emerald tablets. It is, yeah. That's the. I'm not in the Emerald tablets. I'm in the Lost Book of Enki right now. Hey, King of Spain, welcome. So, and we, like I said, I'm gonna try to rush through this. They went. It says it were. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. He said, "My son Enki to Marduk responded to you. Command was given of the Igigi and Lamu to be supreme. Alas, my father, to him Marduk was saying, of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down and Eridu established, yet Eridu is in Enlil's domain. Yours is in the distant Abzu." See, Marduk is very discontent because he understands that Anu is his granddaddy, but Anu wasn't playing fair. Enki should have been given Earth. Enki was the scientist. Enki had to go and find the gold, figure out how to mine the gold, had to build the cities, had to turn around and establish not just the Garden of the Eden, which Enlil came in and took over, but then the House of Life in the Abzu. He found the primate that was there, the hominid that was there. He did the whole fashioning of the Adamu, all the rest of that stuff. So by all rights, Enki should have had ruling authority over Earth, especially since he could not ever sit the throne on Nibiru. Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah, was next in line for the throne on Nibiru. And if he had took his behind on to Nibiru when his daddy got ready to retire or step down, because they didn't have to wait till somebody died, he could have stepped down and given him the throne on Nibiru, but instead he gave him Earth. And in his greed, Yahweh stayed here so long, even though he hates Earth and everything humans stand for, he stayed here so long he couldn't go back to Nibiru because their bodies were not aging well in this atmosphere. Bruce Boyd 10,001. It was translated by Zechariah Sitchin. It's not a work of fiction. They came from tablets that were found out there. And so when they, like I said, they ain't stopped digging up stuff. People don't seem to know that they found a whole lot more stuff out there than just the Dead Sea Scrolls. Oh, Lord. King of Spain. Here we go. But yeah, they found those quite some time ago, and Sitchin translated the Lost Book and spent the rest of his life. He wrote about 14 books of nonfiction around what he learned in the process of translating this and other Sumerian works. Paul Wallace, as Bruce Boy, I mentioned Mauro Bellino, and I think it's Biglino. I think that's how you spell it. Mauro Biglino. I think that's how you spell his last name. Most of his work is in Italian, so you will have to get your read on. But he's done a lot of very respectable work in the field on the translation issue. And the other one was Paul Wallace. He has two channels here on YouTube. One is called Paul Wallace, and that's WALLIS. His other channel is called The Fifth Kind, and he has written several books on this subject. Around Eden is called, I think he has the Eden Enigma, the Eden Conspiracy, and he's written 3 or 4 books around the Genesis story, where he goes into history and a lot of the things that they teach, that those who are deeply into theosophy and theogony discuss. God Most High, bye. Again, you on some foolishness, but anyway, your mama got a book about Java and the Huts. How about that? Since that's where you want to go on some low rent or low energy stuff, go look in the mirror. That's what you do with Java and the Huts. But I'm done talking to you too, because I ain't got time for the foolishness. Tablet 7. This was what it was about. In the synopsis, it was after they came back to the Abzu, and then Adamu and Tiamat had children and began to proliferate, and then they started noticing the climate changes, and the climate changes were so severe they were having weather issues, tidal waves, earthquakes, famines, and then all flooding and all kinds of stuff on Earth. But they were also noticing planetary shifts on Mercury as well as Venus and Mars. And it was a problem because on Mars they don't have a sustaining atmosphere of lush greenery and all that. They were using Mars as a way station. I guess they could breathe the air okay, so they were refining the gold on Mars and using that as a midpoint for the transfer of the gold. But after Nibiru got so close to our solar system that it caused all of those atmospheric interruptions and stuff, they could no longer use Mars. So they went to examine the moon to see if the moon was going to be a suitable alternate way station, and found out that it wasn't, that they were going to have to do the shipment of the gold and stuff would have to come from Earth at this point. But while they're on the moon, Marduk begins to express his discontent to his father, saying how unfair it was that Enlil, who later became Yahweh Jehovah of the Bible, but how it was so unfair that even though even though Enki is the older brother, Enlil was given all his power over Earth. Even he's upset that feels like he's older than Ningishzida, Thoth, but yet Ningishzida got chosen to come and be on Earth and do all this genetic experimentation with his father. So his father is trying to appease him and saying, I put you over the mining operation on Mars. You were over all of Lamu. But Marduk ain't trying to hear that. He was upset. But and then he was saying, well, you trying to make his daddy get him some righteous indignation. You were the first to splash down on Earth. You were the one that established the Eridu. And yet now Eridu is in Enlil's domain, and you had to go all the way to the distant Abzu. Although the Abzu was better suited for Enki anyway. The Eden was an area in the Middle East. It's basically from the area of Egypt, crossing the Red Sea, the Sea of Reeds, going into the area that like around Turkey and Iraq, Iran, all of that in the east, that little pocket. The Abzu is a number 7 shaped swath that goes all the way from the Gold Coast in around where Ghana and Nigeria and all that would be, all the way across to where like Tanzania would be, and then swaths down into South Africa where Adam's calendar is. So basically 3/4 of the African continent was the Abzu. That's a playhouse for a scientist and an explorer. But Marduk is trying to get his daddy on his side about how unfair Granddaddy Anu is being. Hey, Ava Rosado, welcome. And thank you. Appreciate you. Yep, he said, I am your firstborn by your legitimate spouse on Nibiru. I was born, yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is a symbol. Therefrom to send or go to send or withhold. He mad because Enlil's son got the like I said, he just mad. And he had beef, so much beef with Ninurta that he eventually winds up destroying Eridu along with Bat-Tabir, Shurabak, and all of them because he unleashed a weapon of terror on the earth when it should have never been used on earth. And the nuclear fallout from it destroyed those cities almost overnight. Well, really overnight, because the wind just continued on all the way up and through. Some of the people of Eridu survived because they were able to get high enough up into the mountains that they didn't die from the fallout. But yeah, Sumeria was destroyed almost overnight, and anthropologists have that record to know. No, Ninurta is not Thoth swims. Ningish Zeta is Thoth. Ninurta is Enlil's son by Ninmah, Isis. So Yahweh Jehovah had a son, a physical son, by his half sister Ninmah, or Isis was her other name. And Enki Thoth is Enki's son. Ninurta is Enlil's son. If that helps you understand. Okay. And Marduk is also Enki's son. So Marduk is upset because Thoth got chosen for the Earth project over him. He didn't get to come to like the second or third wave of Anunnakis that came to Earth. And even then he was given, yes, Ningish Zeta, whose other name is Thoth, is the biological son of Lord Enki. Yeah. And like I said, Ninurta was the biological son of Enlil and Ninmah or Thoth. So Isis and, not Ninmah, Ninmah or Isis. Ningish, Ninhursag was her other name. Ninmah, then her name was evolved to Ninhursag, and then she became known later on as Isis. So Yahweh Jehovah had a baby with his half sister Isis, and that child's name is Ninurta. Enki had a son, a legitimate son, with his wife Damkina on Nibiru, and he later came to Earth. That son's name is Marduk. Now, it doesn't say whether or not Thoth's mother is also Damkina or somebody else. Enki did a whole lot of getting down. Even once he got here on Earth, he was a very highly sexed being. So he may have had children by other concubines or whatnot, but Thoth was never a contender for the throne on Nibiru anyway, so they don't make a large note of who his mother was, but Enki is his father. Thoth's uncle is Yahweh. Yes, now you understand, yes. But again, we're told in the Christian story to look at everything in the past as mythology. It didn't happen, it was fiction. That's all mythology, because they don't want us examining those connections. Christianity only wants you to look at Yahweh because they done lied and said that Yahweh was the only true God. And truthfully, he's the false God. Ask God why he forgot you. He ain't forgot you. Name is God, but I'm not God. You know why? Because you look into the wrong God. That's why. If you looking and praying to Yahweh, Jehovah, the Bible, if you praying to the Christian God, the Jewish God, or the Muslim God, you feel like God forgot you, because that God is not a faithful person. He's never kept his word to anybody that he made promises to. Not in the Bible, not in the Quran, not in the Torah. He has never been a keeper of promises. He is a liar. He is a dishonest being. He just lied and got the Christians panting after the fact and telling people how faithful he is. He ain't. The Egyptian Thoth, yes, same guy, Ningish Zeta. His name was Thoth. The one with the looked like body of a man, face of an ibis. Yeah, him. Now, let me see. I am your firstborn by your legitimate spouse on Nibiru. I was born, yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is a symbol therefrom to send or withhold. The survival of Nibiru is in his hands, in my hands it is not. Now to earth we are returning. What will my task be? Am I to fame and kingship fated, or again to humiliated be? In silence did Enki embrace his son on the desolate moon, to him a promise made. Of that which I have been deprived, your future lot shall be. Your celestial time will come, a station mine adjoining yours shall be. And honestly, this was the beginning right here in this book of Marduk's evil genius era. That was his villain arc starting right there. I don't think Enki intended to, but Marduk was on such a power grab. He's the one that later became known as Amun Ra, and he was a bloodthirsty, nasty somebody. That's why we end prayers with amen to this day, because he declared that no matter what Elohim you prayed to, all prayers would be bound back to him with a binding spell of ending that prayer by saying amen. That's a binding ritual to Amun Ra, just in case people didn't know. I don't end my prayers with amen anymore. I either say ashe, so mote it be, and so it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anything but amen. Is this in the tablets or Anunnaki? Is Thoth also depicted as a bird or half bird? He always shows up that way. It doesn't describe him as that way in either the tablets or in the Lost Book. But everywhere we see him, except he shows up as half man with a bird's face, and truthfully, that could have been his space helmet or whatnot. But yeah, he shows up like this in the Egyptian pantheon, and he ruled in Egypt for 36,000 years. And then when he went into the Mayan and Incan lands, he's known as Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, but he's known as a winged serpent at that point. But still, there's an avian feature because he's, like I said, a winged serpent by then. I love Thoth too. Absolutely. And if anybody hasn't read the Emerald Tablets at least 5 times, please go back and read it again. I got it. I've read it here on the channel a couple times. Yeah. Now, this is the account of Sippar, the place of the chariots in Eden, and how in the Eden, and how the primitive workers to the Eden were returned. For many circuits of the earth, from the earth were father and son absent. On earth, no plans were implemented. On Lamu, the Agigi were in turmoil. So they stayed gone, like I said, over a year. It said by 3 circuits of the earth and 36 circuits of the moon, they were up. They were gone basically 3 earth years up on the moon. Now, why it took them that long to explore and have these conversations, I have no idea. But that's how long Marduk and Enki were gone. It says, Enlil to Anu secret words conveyed. His concerns to Anu he from Nibruki beamed. Enki and Marduk to the moon have gone, for countless circuits they are staying. Their doings a mystery are, what they are scheming is not known. Marduk, the way station on Lamu, has abandoned the Agigi are agog. By dust storms has the way station been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established. Therefrom the gold directly from earth to Nibiru to be carried. No way station on Lamu shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is, great in those matters is his understanding. Let him the place of the chariots nearby Tabera establish. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu to the words of Enlil gave much consideration. To Enlil a response he gave. Enki and Marduk to earth are returning. What about the moon they have found? Let us first to their words listen. So we're starting to see power struggle. They've been gone, in the same mess that he did to the Jews when he abandoned them at the foot of Mount Sinai. Enlil is basically saying, we don't know when he's coming back. Put my son in charge. Marduk had been in charge on Lamu, And he's saying, we don't know when Inky but they ain't heard no word that they crashed or nothing. So he should know everything was okay. But we haven't heard from Inky and Marduk. We don't know what's gonna happen. Let's go ahead and just scrap that, and we're gonna push Marduk out the way and give command of the chariot place to Ninurta, and we're gonna build a chariot place in Bat Tabira that's up in the Eden instead of down before. He's very devious. Yeah, he playing mind games and everything else. And Hrafna, we ain't calling nobody. We not hailing no Leviathan. Take your tail on up out of here. So now, let me see. So they said we got to wait and see what comes back. He said the task is for Ninurta. Let's see, let the place of the chariots be built. Anu was saying, let Marduk be its commander. Enki was saying to Anu, the task is for Ninurta set aside. Enlil with anger shouted. So now the two brothers are both trying to put their sons in place for the gold mining operation. For the Agigi command is no more needed of the task Marduk knowledge has. Of the gateway to heaven, let Marduk be in charge. So did Enki to his father say. Anu the matter with concern contemplated. Rivalries now the sons have affected. This was the beginning. This was what started the Anunnaki wars here on Earth. This battle for power between Marduk and Ninurta. With wisdom was Anu endowed, with wisdom were his decisions. The place of the chariots for new ways, the goal to handle is designated. Let us what henceforth comes into the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk in command shall be. Let the third generation responsibility undertake. Let Utu be the commander. So he just said, we're going to stop all of this fighting. You got two brothers fighting to put each of them fighting to put their son in power. So it was like, forget the first generation, forget the second generation. Let's go over here and get Utu. Which Utu, I forgot who had. I forgot who bore Utu. Utu was Inanna's twin brother, I think. Ninurta and Marduk are cousins. Yes, they're cousins. Let the place of the celestial chariots be built. Let Sipar, bird city, be its name. This was the word of Anu. Unalterable was the word of the king. In the 81st Shar was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibruki was in the center, a navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place and distances, the olden cities were located. Like an arrow from the lower sea toward the mountains pointing, they were arrayed. A line on the twin peaks of Harada to the skies in the north reaching, he drew. And we know Ararat is in Turkey. So he was saying they've got these cities stationed about it. You could basically draw lines on a map going out to them. They're fanned out in an array. Bat Tabera, Arada, and all of these other places. And now they're going to have this place, the place of the celestial chariots. I have not gotten deeply into hermeneutics, but we're just kind of sort of we're getting into a lot of on the edges of some of that stuff, but I'm not going to get off into that discussion right now because I'm in the middle of this discussion. But yeah. Let me see. To the place for Sipar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out. To the arrow directly to it, the arrow directly led. It from Nibruki was by an equal circle precisely located. Ingenious was the plan, by its precision all were made to wonder. In the 82nd Shar was the construction of Sipar completed. So they've made it. They even went, it says by the point of the arrow, it looks like they sat down with some sort of a compass or some sort of engineering or drafting tool to make sure that that Sipar would be kind of equidistant to all of the other cities, so they would all have access to it, because they were going to make Sipar be the point of the refining and all of that as far as they. Oh, you're welcome. No worries. No worries. No worries. They were going to make Sipar be the central point for the mining project, but there would still be mining going on because everywhere that there were humans were created to mine gold. So there was going to be gold mining efforts in all of these cities, basically, except maybe the healing city. But other than that, yeah. Hold on a second. Let me. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right. Let's see. To the hero Utu of Enlil, the grandson, its command was given. So Enlil still kind of sort of getting his way because he's in command of Earth, and now his grandson Utu, is going to be in command of the mining operation on Earth. An eagle's helmet for him was fashioned, with eagle's wings was he decorated. In the first chariot from Nibiru to Sipar directly come, Anu was traveling, so he gonna come see it for himself. Big Daddy is coming on the first thing smoking from Nibiru. To view for himself the installations he desired, to marvel at what was attained he wanted. For the occasion, the Igigi by Marduk commanded from Lamu to earth came down. From the landing place and from the Abzu, Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration. For Anu and Nana, Enlil's granddaughter, singing and dancing presented. So yeah, Anana and Utu were twins. And they were Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah's uh, grandchildren. Hey, Miss Patricia Paulton, welcome in, welcome in. You said you would imagine the worship of Mother Earth would be the most balancing, healing, and heavenly religion to create paradise for all. Kind of, sort of. But I mean, if we look at the Inkiite, the Enlilite religions are a control point and very much bring war and all kinds of stuff. The Inkiite philosophies are like Buddhism, Jainism, Taoism, Sikhism, Hinduism, and they're not genuine. Well, Hinduism has been turned into more of a religion, but they weren't intended to be religions. They're more philosophy than religion. Is Inanna also Ereshkigal, the later queen of the underworld? Um, they mentioned Ereshkigal. I forgot who she was. I don't think they're the same in the set beginning. No, let me see. Nergal is another of Enki's sons, and Ereshkigal was Nergal's wife, spouse. So she was a second generation Anunnaki being that it came here, but she was the wife of Nergal. Okay. For Anu and Nana, Enlil's granddaughter, singing and dancing presented. With affection, Anu kissed her. Anunitu, Anu's beloved, he fondly called her. Before departing, Anu, the heroes and heroines assembled. A new era has begun, so was he to them, saying, supplied directly with the golden salvation forthcoming is the end of toil. Once enough gold on Nibiru for protecting is piled in storage, the toil on earth can be diminished. Heroes and heroines to Nibiru will return. Thus did Anu the king to the assembled promised. A great hope to them he did extend. So they knew they weren't supposed to stay here forever. He said, once we get this thing done, we're going to wrap it up. He said, the spiritual traditions are great for our inner work. Yeah, because they basically teach empowerment, enlightenment, and all that without all of the unworthiness and the fear of being roasted alive and all of that other stuff that the religions bring us. Hey, Michael Ellis Sr., welcome and love and light to you as well. A few more showers of toil, and homeward they shall be bound. With much pomp did Anu and to Nibiru soar back. Gold, pure gold, with him was carried. His new task Utu with cherish performed. Ninurta of Batabera command retained. Marduk to Lamu did not return. With his father to the Abzu he did not go. over all the lands he wished to roam in his skyship, the earth to comprehend. Of the Igigi, some on Lamu, some on earth, Utu was the commander made. After Anu to Nibiru returned, on earth the leaders great expectations had. With renewed vigor to labor, the Anunnaki they expected, gold quickly to amass, thereby quicker homebound to be. That, alas, was not what came to pass. In the Abzu, relief, not continued toil, was the Anunnaki's expectation. Now that the earthlings are proliferating, let them provide the labor, so were the Anunnaki and the Abzu saying. In the Eden, the tasks were greater. More abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers to the Abzu confined, did the Eden heroes clamor. So they thought that the primitive workers were going to be able to do all this gold mining, but so many Anunnaki then came to Earth. Now the primitive workers are basically building them houses instead of, they're building cities and houses and doing some everything. Yeah, some of them are mining the gold, but it ain't going down as fast as they had hoped it was, because so many of them are down here chilling now. At one time, they said there was, between Mars and Earth, there was almost 1,000 Anunnaki on the planet. And they done all decided that they don't want to work no more, so they all got factions of humans working for them. When is the gold gonna get mined if everybody else is taking care of the Anunnaki's households? That part. One also, I don't need no culturally approved bendy because I'm grown and I got a culturally approved, whether it's approved or not. My bendy is right here. One also. Again, the only people that be talking about cultural approval or cultural appropriation is nosy ass white women. So go on about your business. One also. That part. I ain't never had an Indian or a Pakistani complain to me about my bendy, so you don't get to start now. If it don't bother them, it don't get to bother you. You said the Anunnaki, it ain't that they lost interest. Swims, they had been here for 140,000 years, digging gold in the African heat, in them gold mines. They was tired. Hey, Niana, welcome. I didn't know you was in here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they had been, I mean, and it wasn't the same Anunnaki. They were sending them in and out. They were having them work like in shifts of, I think, either one shar or two shars. But even still, a shar is 3,600 years. Can you imagine being stuck in a gold mine in African heat for 3,000 years before you get to go back home? We complain about it with our human bodies. They were not suited for that. And these people were, and they were from an advanced society where they had tools to do all of their hard work and heavy lifting. And yet they had to voluntarily come down to earth and agree to go and manually dig gold out of mines and mountains and everywhere else in African heat. I'd have been bitching too. I surely would have. I ain't gonna lie. I'd have been wanting to be back on the next thing, smoking back to Nibiru inside of 2 months. This ain't fun no more, y'all. I know we got to save the planet, but y'all better come up with something. I'm surprised they waited as long as they did. But the reason that humans were finally created was because they were so tired of doing that. They was like, look, you're going to have to come up with something for us because we're not flat out not finna keep doing this. We've been here digging this gold for 100,000 years. We done burnt ourselves half silly. We miss our wives. We miss our homes. We miss our kids. We ready to go. And so they started importing a lot of them. And then as they started coming, the kids started having kids. And then there was a third generation of Anunnaki here on Earth as well. And then humans started proliferating. And so even though they're not truly mingling together, you got this codependent relationship sort of happening with the Anunnaki pretending to be gods in the background. And they're living in these huge temples and ziggurats and stuff. And the humans are being told that they're gods and they've got to provide the sacrifices and all that to keep the gods from being upset with them. So they're feeding them is a very codependent dynamic, but it's what happened here according to the book. In the Eden, the tasks were greater, more abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers to the Abzu confined, did the Eden heroes clamor. For 40 shars was relief only to the Abzu provided, the heroes in Eden shouted. Our toil has increased beyond endurance. Let us have the workers too. And again, 40 shars is 100 and, wait a minute, 3,000. Yeah, that's 144,000 years. And they've been at this project. They're now in the 82nd, 83rd Shar. Yeah. That they've been here on Earth. Like I said, humans didn't even come into the picture until the 80th Shar. They had been here for 280,000 years before humans were fashioned. When Enlil and Enki the matter were debating, Ninurta the decision into his hands took. With 50 heroes, an expedition to the Abzu he led with weapons they were armed. In the forest and the steppes of the Abzu, the earthlings they chased. With nets they them captured, male and female to the Eden. They brought them to do all manner of chores. In the orchards and in the cities they trained them. By the doings was Enki angered, by them was Enlil enraged. So didn't neither one of them think that that was cool? Instead of training the workers and all that, they went out into the Absu because humans were proliferating at that point. But up until then, they had been free, and workers that were duly trained and appointed were doing the work. But Ninurta said, F that. He went out and just like say just started capturing folks and taking them as slaves, and neither Enki nor Enlil approved of that. My expelling of Adamu and Tiamat you have overturned, so Enlil to Ninurta said. Let the mutiny once in the Abzu occurring, not in the Eden, be repeated. So to Enlil Ninurta said, with the earthlings in the Eden, the heroes are becalmed. A few more shars and it will no longer matter. So did Ninurta to Enlil say. So Enlil was saying, damn it, I put them out of the Eden for a reason. I did not want them to be able to have access to the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, none of that stuff that we got. I put them out of the Eden, and here you are going out in the Abzu and capturing them so that they can work in the Eden. Oh, hell no. That's basically what he said. He ain't like that. Ninurta is Yahweh's son who just decided to force humans to be slaves. Yeah, because he wanted them, he wanted more workers in the workers was mining gold in Bat Tabira. They was working in the Absu. They was doing all the rest of that. But by this point, again, 80 shars, we're in the 82nd or 3rd shar by now. Humans have been on the planet for 7,000 years. As short as our lifespan is and as fast as our reproductive cycle is, can you imagine, even if they started with 14 breed or 7 breeding pairs plus Adam and Eve, plus Adapa and TT, in 7,000 years, it's a bunch of humans on the planet that all of them ain't mining gold. They just proliferated. They're out there doing life, however they managed to do it, in the cities, in the wilderness, roaming. Some were nomadic, some were, all of that's happening. And the Ninurta went out in the Abzu and captured up a bunch of folks to bring them to the Eden to work in his new project. But Enlil was enraged because he said, I put them out of the Eden for a reason, and you bringing them back into the Eden? We ain't having it. Hey, Brooklyn Miss, welcome, welcome. Yeah. So Enlil was not appeased with grumbling. Let it be so to his son, he said. So he don't like it, but he gonna let him come back into the Eden. Let the gold pile up quickly. Let us all to Nibiru soon return. In the Eden, the Anunnaki, the earthlings with admiration observed, intelligence they possessed, of commands they had understanding. They took over all manner of chores. Unclothed they were the tasks performing. Males with females among them were constantly mating. Quick were their proliferations. In one shar, sometimes 4, sometimes more were their generations. And again, humans were still living way longer than we were now. Even in the scriptures, it says Adam lived. Now, that's not entirely true. Maybe Adamu lived 965 years, but according to the Lost Book of Enki, Adapa, the biblical Adam, lived 50,000 years. He was born in the 93rd Shar and didn't pass away until the 108th Shar after they got here. So 14 shars, more or less, is about 50,000 years. Um, but it says that they had 4 generations in one shar, sometimes more than 4 generations. So even with them living to be almost 1,000 years old, within 3,600 years, yes, they would have 4 generations, sometimes more, proliferating of humans. And as the earthlings grew in numbers, workers the Anunnaki had with food, the Anunnaki were not satiated. In the cities and in the orchard, in the valleys and in the hills, the earthlings for food were constantly foraging. In those days, grains had not yet been brought forth. There was no ewe. A lamb had not yet been fashioned. About these matters, Enlil to Enki angry words was saying, by your doing, confusion was created. By you, let salvation be devised. And this is where we get to this next part. Yep, you in the house. So Ninurta is Yahweh's son who just decided to force humans to be slaves. Yep. Now here we get to the point where it's talking about the account of how civilized man came about. This is Adapa and TT, and I'm gonna try to rush through this part so we can get into the scriptures before it get too late. I'm not getting into the 8th tablet tonight, but I do want to finish the 7th tablet, and then because the 8th tablet tells when Adapa went to Nibiru. That's fun and cool as well, and we'll talk about that next time. But I want to get into that whole thing with Lot and Abraham and Yahweh and some of that tonight. So we're going to continue here. This is the account of how civilized man was brought about, how by a secret of Enki, Adapa and Titi in the Eden were brought forth. By the proliferation of the earthlings, Enki was pleased. Enki was worried. Yeah, by the proliferation, he was pleased, but he was also worried. The lot of the Anunnaki was greatly eased, their discontent was diminished. By the proliferation, the Anunnaki shunned toil, the workers as serfs were becoming. And that was a problem for Enki. He didn't intend for humans to be treated that way. For 7 shars, the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased, diminished was their discontent. 7 shars, that's 21,000, 25,000 years, basically. The Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased, diminished was their discontent by the proliferation of the earthlings. What by itself was growing for all, insufficient was. They're staying in these centralized cities and stuff. There's not enough food for all these people that are coming about. Humans are steadily proliferating, 4 generations per shar. And they're saying there were 7 shars here. So now you got at least 25 generations of humans, or 28, 30 generations of humans, may as well say, and 3 or 4 generations of Anunnaki here on the earth, and they're proliferating as well, and they're way bigger than humans. So there's a lot of food consumption, and everywhere is being over. The rivers are being overfished, the forests are being overhunted. There has been no domestication of grains and stuff. So yes, it's getting to be a problem. So you think as we identify more with being conscious, our physical forms would last longer or heal easier? Yeah. Well, not to mention the fact it's been shown that our telomeres were intentionally capped. I think that probably happened somewhere about or after, or like even Ningishzida said that we were not given the gene of long life like they were. But that's something that could be changed. We have the potential for it. Enki, as a master geneticist, put a whole lot of stuff in that dormant DNA that's just waiting to be activated. But it just hadn't. You say you hate to interrupt. So, how long do you suppose the Anunnaki did live an average lifespan? Um, Well, think about it. Anu was on the throne when they first came to Nibiru. I mean, came to Earth. The original folks that came to Earth were Enki, Enlil, Ninmah, and Thoth. Now we're having a conversation. It's talking about they were in the 82nd shar when the last we mentioned, and 7 more shars. So now they're almost up to like the 90th shar, 88, 89, 90th shar somewhere. So that's coming right up on about the 320,000 year mark, somewhere in there. And these are all still the same players. So ostensibly, they can live at minimum 500,000 years. Because it didn't say nothing about Anu being old and wore out and ready to die of old age. Enki and Ninmah and all them were beginning to look kind of bad because of them being on Earth in Earth's atmosphere too long, but they're still able to rule and do the things that they did. You said like a vibration. You think is we identify? Oh, yeah, like a vibrational ecstasy. I believe we're going to start seeing extended lifespans even within our lifespan. Honestly, have you noticed how many 50, 60, 70, 80-year olds on this planet no longer look like 50, 60, 70, 80-year olds of yesteryear, even though we're eating GMO, modified, all fried, everything dipped in gravy, disgusting crap, being exposed to all kinds of plastics and chemicals and everything else. There's still, some of us are not handling that very well at all, but there are still some of us that are still starting to look like we're kind of sort of aging in reverse a little bit. Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, compared to how we look at it, it would be an eternity. Any being that can live 500 million years or 500,000 years, to me, that you might as well call that infinity. They're not truly immortal, but their lifespans are so much ridiculously longer than ours. They might as well be. And their technology, like I said, their technology is literally 1 million years older than ours. And most of these players that we talking about here are 500,000 years old because they was grown when they got here, and they've been on this planet 400,000 years and still kicking. You said you're a 70-year old and you're thrilled to think that you might look 60. Exactly. And I know for a fact, like I say, I haven't even taken good care of myself, and my skincare regimen is it's getting better lately. And y'all, that collagen do seem to be doing its thing because that's my drink now. Instead of just, I don't drink sodas and any of the rest of it. I do like a flavored collagen drink and fruit juice powder and stuff. And I'm beginning to see some smoothing out as well. But at 57, I know I don't look like what people expect a 57-year-old to look like. Sword of the Lord, you just as late and lost. I didn't say I was reading the Holy Bible. I will be in a little while if you care to stick around. But if you can't handle reading from something else, I did put in the caption that this was Tuesday night Bible study, sort of. That part, or kinda, I think I put. So we do more than just that here. But we getting rewinding down in the seventh tablet if you want to stick around for the Bible portion. You saying, yeah, exactly. People question it. If I lost the weight that I need to lose, Patricia, I guarantee you, I've had people like when I was feeling good and I'm a little bit thinner and blah, 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 and not dressing to my age and all that. If I just go put on jeans or um, um, a sundress and flip flops or something, and I stand next to my 34-year-old daughter, we look more like sisters than mother and daughter. And I'm not saying that because I'm trying to be that young. I don't agree with some of those folks that be trying too hard with the mini skirts and all the rest of that. But I'm just saying, in just us hanging around, going places, I've had people think that we were sisters and not mother and daughter. Let me see. So, for seven shards, the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased. Diminished was their discontent by the proliferation of the earthlings. What by itself was growing, for all was insufficient was. In three more shards of fish and fowl, there was a shortage. What by itself grows, Anunnaki and earthlings did not satiate. In his heart, Enki, a new undertaking was scheming to create a civilized mankind. In his heart, he conceived grains that are sown by them to be cultivated, ewes that become sheep, let them shepherd. In his heart, Enki, a new undertaking was scheming. How this to attain, he contemplated. The primitive workers in the Abzu, he for this scheme observed. The earthlings in the Eden, in the cities and in the orchards, he considered. What could for the task make them suited? What by the life essence has not been combined? The offspring of the earthlings he observed, an alarming matter he noticed. By their repeated copulations back toward their wild forebears, they were degraded. So it ain't even been 100 shars yet, and he was beginning to notice the Adamu line was devolving. Enki in the marshlands looked about on the rivers he sailed and observed. With him only was Izimud, his vizier, who secrets kept. Izimud ain't keep all of them because he told where the weapons of terror were, but that's another story. On the river's bank, bathing and frolicking earthlings he noticed. Two females among them were wild with beauty, firm were their breasts. Their sight, the phallus of Enki caused to water a burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? Enki to his vizier Izimud was asking. I, the boat will hither row. Kiss the young ones, Izimud to Enki was saying. The boat thereto Izimud directed from the boat to dry land. Enki stepped. A young one to him Enki called, a tree fruit she to him offered. Enki bent down, the young one he embraced, on her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his semen, in a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. The second young one to him Enki called. Berries from the field she him offered. Enki bent down, the young one he embraced. On her lips he kissed her. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. With the young one's stay, whether pregnancies come about ascertained, so was Enki to his vizier Izimud saying. So exactly, yeah. I don't want to be an old 50 nothing. Like you said, what do they say? 60 is the new 30. I really mentally feel like I'm about 35, 30, 35, somewhere in there. If this is boring for you, Synchorate, just leave. That's all you gotta do. But yeah, the or is it Sin Karate, whatever. You would like to hang out in the Abzu? Yeah, me too. Like I said, especially since my boo thing is from the Abzu. Yep, yep, yep. But it's interesting, like I said, and before people again, it's interesting to note the way the Anunnaki males mated was through the kiss. I don't even understand what the other part was for. I mean, I guess they could use that in a mating thing, but in order to actually impregnate a female, it was done through the mouth, according to their information. I found that interesting. But it also brought to mind, and we're going to get there in just a few minutes, when I was talking about the whole situation with Yahweh and Abraham and Sarah and all the rest of that, and why it took Enlil, Yahweh, so long to fulfill his promise to Sarah or to Abraham, because Yahweh had to impregnate Sarah himself. And it says so in the scriptures, but people gloss over it and don't realize what they're reading. Possibly. It's very possible that Aresh Kigal could be Inanna's little sister, because a lot of them were half sisters, half brothers, and all that. It was very common amongst the Anunnaki for them to inbreed. I mean, and face it, even to this day, a lot of royal houses on Earth still inbreed, even though we don't survive the inbreeding quite as well. But it wasn't a problem for them. Uh, Glenn Ford Campbell, you can be gone with that part, all of that anyway. But you'll leave on your own volition when I get into the scriptures to remind folks of just how nasty and shisty the God of Almighty Israel is. That part. By the let's see, Izimud by the young ones sat down. By the fourth count, their bulges appeared. By the 10th count, the ninth having been completed, the first young one squatted in birth gave. By her, a male child was born. The second young one squatted in birth gave. By her, a female child was born. At dawn and dusk, which a day delimit, one on the same day, the two were born. the gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd Shar, the two, by Enki fathered in the Eden were born. So this was the birth of Adapa and Titi by two females that he chose to name Dawn and Dusk, and they were born in the 93rd Shar, after they had first splashed down here on Earth. Word of the births Izimud to Enki quickly brought. By the births, Enki was ecstatic, whoever such a thing has ever known. So apparently, this was the first. And again, the scriptures kind of put the order of the happenings in a different order because of the way the Bible books are assembled. But this happened before Enki. Once he figured out that he could mate with humans, oh, it was on then. Like I said, Noah came around, and Enoch came around, and Methuselah came around. Yeah, a lot of them. You said that's the first. That's the. It's in the kiss. Yeah, it's in his kiss. I never thought about it that way, Patricia. But yeah, is it in his hands? I don't even remember the words to the song because that's a little bit before my time, but I remember the song because my sisters were like 15, 20 years older than me. So I definitely remember the song. I just don't remember all the lyrics, but yeah. But yeah, between Anunnaki and Earthling, conception was attained. Civilized man I have brought into being. But the thing is, all Anunnaki were not genetically the same just because Enki got away with it. But again, you got to remember the original Adamu was of Enki's line. So it was far enough away. This was multiple shars away. That basic bloodline that made Adamu fertile, that genetics came from Enki, but it was done in a lab through in vitro fertilization, or actually through bone marrow transplant to make them fertile. But the actual creation of Adamu and Tiamat was done in the lab under sterile conditions, in vitro fertilization and artificial insemination. This was the first time Enki had actually made it with humans organically, and yet the Adamu line was still compatible enough with his DNA that he got viable birth from these Earth humans. And Embrador Di Cristino, I didn't read whatever you put in there, but if you were sending ugly bugly whatever you got, more power to you. May it be returned to you at least threefold. Please and thank you. To his vizier Izimud, Enki instructions gave, a secret must my deed remain. Let the newborns by their mothers be suckled. Thereafter into my household them bring. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets have I found them, thus to all you will say. By their mothers were the newborns suckled and nurtured. To Enki's household in Eridu thereafter Izimud them brought. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets have I found them, so did Izimud to all say. Ninki to the foundlings a liking took, as to her own children, she raised them. So she raising the side chicks babies and don't even know it yet. But although, like I said, he had babies with his half sister, so she probably wouldn't have cared anyway. She was kind of sort of fascinated with all this anyway. Remember, Damkina Ninki is her other name, but she stepped up and volunteered to be the second of the Anunnaki to give birth to a female, a human. She was the mother of Tiamat. Isis carried the Adamu in her womb. Damkina carried Tiamat in her womb. You got to go check out your patient. No worries. Have a beautiful evening. I will be uploading this so you can check out the rest of it later. Thank you so much for joining us, Patricia. Have a beautiful rest of your evening. Namaste. Um, so Inky, slick one, he gonna say he found them in the reeds and the rushes. But didn't they do the same thing with Moses? They love that. Found them by the water, or found them in a basket somewhere. But anywho, unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were. Let me see. Ninki to the foundlings a liking took as her own children. She raised them. Adapa the foundling, the boy she called. Titi, the one with life, the girl she named. So Damkina is the one that actually named them Adapa and Titi. Unlike all other earthling children, these the twosome were slower to grow up than earthlings they were, much quicker in understanding they were. With intelligence they were endowed, of speaking with words capable they were. Beautiful and pleasant was the girl, with her hands she was greatly dexterous. Um, to Ninki, the spouse of Enki, to Titi, took a liking in all manner of crafts she was her teaching. To Adapa, Enki himself teachings gave how to keep records he was him instructing. The achievements with pride Enki to Izimud was showing. A civilized man have I brought forth to Izimud, he was saying. A new kind of earthling from my seed has been created in my image and after my likeness. From seed they will grow, from seed they food will grow, from ewes sheep they will shepherd. Anunnaki and earthlings henceforth shall be satiated. To his brother Enlil Enki word sent. From Nibruki to Eridu Enlil came. In the wilderness a new kind of earthling has come forth to Enlil, Enki was saying. So he trying to make it look like this was a natural occurrence, this advanced beings, but in truth they were advanced because they had another extra shot of Papa Juice. They were biologically his children, and he continued to do that over and over. Like I said, Genesis chapter 5, in my opinion, should be called the genes of Enki instead of the genes of Isis, because they were carefully documenting the breeding program throughout Genesis. That's why we get this one begat that one and lived so many years, and this one had sons and daughters, and that one had sons and daughters, and this one begat that one, and all the rest of that stuff. But at the end of the day, Genesis specifically, chapter 5, every one of the names that shows up in Genesis chapter 5 shows up in this book too as an Anunnaki hybrid, a son of Lord Enki by a human. Share Bear, I pray that you actually come to know what that actually means. You don't need a savior in the sense that Christianity has told you, but Yeshua does have life-giving information for you, and I hope that you come to understand that by sticking around here with us for a while. Okay, that part. You don't need forgiveness for your sins because your sins was not why Yeshua was unalive. Yeshua was unalive for political power because the Jews hated him because they didn't like the message that he brought. Go back and read again for understanding. Let me see. So he didn't call Enlil to come and look at them, but he ain't telling nobody that they're his biological children. He's saying he found them out there in the wild, but they're so much more advanced than the other humans. And him and Ninlil, him and Ninki, Damkina, and him are teaching them and giving them all this other information and all that because they're Enki's children. But nobody, even Damkina, don't know that at this point, but they are. Um, Quick of learning they are, knowledge and craft work to them can be taught. Let us from Nibiru seeds that are sown bring down. Let us from Nibiru use that sheep become to earth deliver. Let us the new breed of earthlings farming and shepherding teach. Let Anunnaki and earthlings together satiated be, so was Enki to Enlil saying. Akin to us Anunnaki in many ways, indeed they are, Enlil to his brother said. A wonder of wonders it is in the wilderness by themselves to have come about. Izimud was summoned. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets I them found, he said. Enlil the matter with graveness pondered, with amazement his head he shook. Indeed, a wonder of wonders it is. A new breed of earthling on earth has emerged. A civilized man has the earth itself brought forth. Farming and shepherding, crafts and tool making he can be taught. So was Enlil to Enki saying. Let us of the new breed to Anu word send. Of the new breed, word to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. Let seeds that can be sown, let ewes that become sheep to earth be sent. So did Enki to Enlil to so did Enki and Enlil to Anu the suggestion make. By civilized man, let Anunnaki and earthlings become satiated. Anu, the words heard, by the words he was amazed. That by life essences one kind to another leads is not unheard of. To them words back he sent. That on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. So apparently they know and understood that the hominids that were on earth had a similar genetic makeup. Hey CC, welcome, welcome. Jerry Mensa, I'm trying to tell folks stuff. If you keep listening, you're gonna hear a whole bunch of stuff, but welcome anyway. But yeah, Anu said, wait a minute now. We've seen evolution within a species happen because they're old enough to see that. They do understand that one kind, especially once you started hybridizing, that there will be evolution happening. He said, but this fast, for this quickly, that's unheard of. And again, quickly, we're saying it's been, 40, 50, well, almost, let me see, I think it was in the 40th shard that the Damu was created, and now we're up to the 83rd or 90th shard. So it's only been like 100,000 years, and all of a sudden we've got this new civilized man pop up. We ain't seen it happen quite that fast. So Anu thinks something's going on, but he doesn't quite, can't put his finger on it exactly, so to speak. He said, but that on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. For sowing and husbanding, great numbers are needed. Perchance the beings to proliferate are unable. While the savants on Nibiru the matter contemplated, in Eridu occurrences of import take place. Adapa, in a mating with Titi, knew into her womb he poured his semen. There was conception, there was birth giving to twins, two brothers. Titi gave birth. Word of the birth on to Nibiru to Anu on Nibiru was beamed. The twosome for conception are compatible. Proliferation by them can occur. Let seeds that are sown, used that become sheep, to earth be delivered. Let on earth farming and shepherding begin. Let us all be satiated. So did Enki and Enlil to Anu on Nibiru say. Let Titi and Eridu remain, the newborns to suckle and nurture. Let Adapa the earthling to Nibiru be brought. So did Anu his decision declare. So as soon as they were born, Anu didn't want to come back to Earth again. He had not just long ago been on Earth. He wanted to see this Adapa, this new civilized human. So he said, "Bring him to Earth." And that's where we get into the fun part. The punchline, the secret gets let out because he can't very well tell his daddy he ain't gonna do it. He sends him to Nibiru, but he tells him, do not eat anything they give you. If you eat anything, any of their food or drink any of their drink, you're gonna die. That's where we get in the Bible story that in the day you eat of it, you surely die. It's a mashup and a shortening of the actual stories because the biblical Adam and Eve are Adapa and Titi. Oh, you ain't got to get mad at him because he talking about fee, fi, fo, fum. I am descended of the Nephilim. I don't have an issue with that. We're of the line of Adapa and Titi, the more intelligent line. You apparently come from the line of Adamu. Your intelligence continue to devolve. That part. Just okay. I'm still here. Good, good, good. You hope to stream again tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. It's 9:48, but we just finished, and we got to get into the. That's the end of the seventh tablet. The eighth tablet does get kind of juicy, but before I don't want to continue into the eighth tablet because I wanted to get into the scriptures where this kind of overlap or and we're out of the Garden of Eden, so to speak. I could continue on there, but and I may back up a little bit to discuss like Genesis. We went through like Genesis 3 where they fell and they ate of the thing and Cain and Abel came up here, but I don't really we're going to double back to the Cain and Abel story because Cain and Abel were just born in the end of this right here. So we're not going to really jump back into the Cain and Abel story until I get into that part of the story in the eighth tablet. For now, I want to go and look at Abraham and Lot and their situation, because according to this is in Genesis, we've gone Adam's descendants down to Noah, and then there was increased corruption on the earth. They had Noah and the flood, all of that. We're going to keep going, keep going. We'll talk about the flood story. We've done it before when we get there. Then the Tower of Babel happens, or Babel. Talks about the nations that are descended from Noah. Um, and then Terah's descendants, and then the call of Abraham is where I want to start. And this is around Genesis chapter 12. You say it's about to get good? Yeah, it is. Because people, they sit up in church and think they know, but if they ain't took the time to read these accounts themselves, and again, I read them for years and just kind of glossed over it a little bit, not really thinking. But now that Yeshua had me go back and look at it again with this other information in my back pocket, I'm seeing the scriptures completely differently. But let's continue. Um, we're gonna start. Let's see the generations of Terah. And again, Terah was also, let me see, I think Terah was a hybrid too. Hold on, let me see if he's mentioned in here. Okay, it doesn't necessarily. Oh yeah, Tirhu. He's an oracle priest in Nippur, and Haran. He's the biblical Terah, the father of Abraham. He's called Tirhu, Tirhu, in the Lost Book of Enki, but he is named in here. Hey, Smiley Nation. Hopefully he'll stick around and learn some stuff, but it's all right. It's all good. Cause yeah, I'm not even going there right now. We got a lot of ground to cover within the next hour or so. Now these are the generations of Terah. Terah fathered Abram, Nahor, and Haran fathered Lot. Haran died in the presence of his father, at Terah in the land of his kindred in Ur of the Chaldeans. And Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and Iscah. Now Sarai was barren, she had no child. Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his grandson, and Sarai his daughter in law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth together from Ur of the Chaldeans to go into the land of Canaan. But when they came to Haran, they settled there. The days of Terah were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Now, again, so Terah, yeah, again, at this point, nobody was worshiping Yahweh according to the Bible. I'm not in the Lost Book of Enki no more. We're in the Bible. Now the Lord said to Abram, here come Yahweh with the BS. Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you, and I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great so that you will be a blessing. And I will bless those who bless you, and to him who dishonors you I will curse. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. We just establishing a relationship. I don't even know your name yet, and you already talking about cursing people on my behalf. Why? Why would you want to worship somebody that come at you on violence and curses off rip? But that goes to show you the nature of Abraham too, and the nature of Yahweh knew who to pick on. He hundreds of thousands of years old. Think he don't know who's susceptible, who he can get to. He can see their mindset and what kind of shiesty behind people they are and all that. Because again, Terah had been serving in the temple of Nanar Sin before they all just up and left out to set out on this new life. But Yahweh know how to sequester people and how to manipulate them mentally and how to push telepathic thoughts into them and all of that. But Abraham had to make a decision, and he chose to follow somebody who was basically talking about throwing curses from out the gate before he'd even introduced himself. So Abram went as the Lord had told him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. And Abram took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people that they had acquired in Haran, and they set out to go to the land of Canaan. When they came to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land to the place at Shechem, to the oak of Moreh. At that time, the Canaanites were in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said, "To your offspring I will give this land." So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. And there are people on this land, but the Lord is telling you he gonna just give you these people's land, and you like, okay, bet. All of the unexplored open territory on the ground, and Yahweh is gonna come in and tell Abram he's going to displace people that are there and give him this land by unfair, dishonest means. Why is Abram even wanting that? Why couldn't the Lord provide Abram with a land out there that wasn't already occupied with people, that he didn't have to violently displace nobody to make any of that anyway? But Abraham went for it. From there, he moved to the hill country on the east of Bethel and pitched his tent, with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar to the Lord and called the name of the Lord. And Abram journeyed on still toward the Negeb. Now there was a famine in the land, so Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was severe in the land. And again, Yahweh done told him, ain't even told him his name, but he said, if you agree to serve me, I'll give you a son in your old age, and I'll make your name a mighty people. No, I'm not critiquing the one who makes reality. I'm critiquing the liar that's in the scriptures that purported himself to be a god, even though Yeshua said that he's not a god. He's a deceiver and a liar and a manslayer. 6933 tree. He doesn't make reality, and his brother said that they don't make reality. The creator of all, the father of all beginning is not Yahweh. Again, don't bounce up in here without knowing what you're talking about. This book does not tell the story of the creator of all. It tells the story of an Anunnaki being from Nibiru who came here and lied to humanity and said he was a god. You are a pawn of Satan because Yahweh is Satan. You're over here trying to promote Yahwism. Yeshua said in the Gospel of John that Yahweh is the devil. Goodbye, 699. Let me see. But again, the famine is in the land. Yahweh supposed to be the almighty God. Why didn't he provide for his people? But they were suffering from the famine so badly, just like everybody else, that they wound up going into Egypt because Egypt wasn't having famine. So again, if Yahweh is the Almighty, the Alpha and the Omega, why were the people in Egypt having plenty, but the people out there where Abram was, the famine was so bad till they had to go into Egypt so that they would not starve to death, and Yahweh did not provide for them. Hey, King of Kings. Again, Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. So you said that to say what? Again, that doesn't point to no all-powerful sky daddy. Ra is Marduk. El traces back to Yahweh, but also traces back to Baal, Yaldabaoth, Enlil, Satan of the Eden. Hey, Katina Schofield, welcome. Let me see. Now, and again, we're looking at the nature of Yahweh, but also the nature of the forefathers who selected choosing Yahweh, because the reason that the Abrahamic religions on this planet, Marduk's daddy was Enki. No, again, King of Kings, listen and you might learn something. Marduk's daddy is Enki, but as far as this famine scenario, two of the things, the reason we're reading the scriptures right now, I want to look at the nature of Yahweh, yes, and his dealings with the people who agreed to serve him, as reported in the scriptures. Since people say that I'm daring to question, anybody with common sense, the scriptures tell us we're supposed to discern these things. So I'm not questioning at random, I'm looking at what is in here. And the reason 3/4 of the planet worship Yahweh, whom Yeshua said was the devil, and the scriptures say the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. The main reason that we do is because of our ancestors' choices. Father Abraham is recognized by Christianity, Judaism, and Islam as the reason why we worship the God we worship. So if we also going to if we're going to examine the nature of Yahweh, we need to examine the nature of Abraham as well. And we also, that other heavy hitter that roped us back into worshiping Yahweh, even after the nation of Israel had left off of serving Yahweh, the one that roped Israel back into serving Yahweh was Moses with his henchman Caleb or Joshua. Joshua or Caleb, one of them two, but they was both in it together. So we have to go and look at the nature of these ancestors, what they had going on to promote why they decided to choose Yahweh worship. There isn't a good argument for any of this. That's why, Brandy, because a logical, if any of this stuff were to happen in this day and time with the way we do look at things and want proof and we demand to see the manager and all the rest of that stuff, Yahweh couldn't have never got a toehold in any of us. But yet we accept the Christians that still, because Abraham chose it and they wrote it in a book somewhere, and the people with the white robes and the funny hats said this is what it is, those people are still in their spiritual infancy accepting this lie. But if somebody just came along on the internet or in some big mega church and said this today, they get knocked right out the park. No, I don't know the future. Occasionally I'm given some insights, but I'm not a fortune teller. But I appreciate you saying I look wise, but I'm not a fortune teller or a psychic medium in the sense of reading like a bunch of random dead people. I don't do that. I am a dedicated channel for like Yeshua and Enki and Thoth occasionally. Marduk, no, he was not a hybrid. He was actually he was born on Nibiru. Marduk did not come to Earth until like the second or third wave of beings came from Nibiru, but he was born of, I believe he was born of Damkina. I don't even think he was a concubine birth. I think he was royal blood, son of Enki, son of Enki and Damkina. I'm not trying to feel nothing about you, Omar Canadian. Again, I don't open myself to just reading random energies. And honestly, it makes me a little nervous when people want me to come in here and start joining with their energies. It kind of sort of makes me think uh, they trying to pull on my energy a little bit. And I'm not allowing that right now. I'm here teaching. In fact, let me clear this air. Archangel Michael, I ask that you reinforce the divine wall of protection around me and all of the viewers in this live stream. Any beings that are of divine light are welcome here. Any beings that are bringing any sort of negative energy, spell work, evil eye, or evil intent, please banish them from these proceedings at this moment. Please and thank you, Ashe. All right, now there was a famine in the land, so Abram went down, and I'm reading Genesis 12. I'm starting in verse 10. So Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there, for the famine was severe in the land. When he was about to enter Egypt, he said to Sarai, his wife, I know that you are a woman beautiful in appearance, and when the Egyptians see you, they will say, this is his wife. So then they will kill me, but they will let you live. Say you are my sister, that it may go well with me because of you, that my life may be spared for your sake. When Abram entered in Egypt, the Egyptians saw that the woman was very beautiful, and when the princes of Pharaoh saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house, and for her sake he dwelt with Abram, and he had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male servants, female donkeys, and camels. But the Lord afflicted Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. So Pharaoh called Abram and said, what is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister so I took her for my own wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go. And Pharaoh gave men orders concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had. So Abram was a liar, and he gonna lie and tell Sarah to tell these people that you're my sister because I'm afraid for my life. And instead of Yahweh setting the record straight, when the Pharaoh started trying to court her, they done laced Abraham up with donkeys and servants and camels, and they done fattened his pockets big time because Pharaoh think he's paying bride price because he's getting ready to marry this man's sister. And instead of Abram or Yahweh setting the record straight, Yahweh turns around and puts curses on the Pharaoh, brings down scourges and plagues on the Pharaoh. Pharaoh ain't did nothing wrong except see a beautiful woman that he wanted to marry. Abram done lied and said that that's his sister. He thinks that the woman is available. But instead of them putting it straight, this is the nature of Yahweh and the person who chose to serve him. Liars, shisty, deceptive stuff, punishing the innocent rather than the parties that set this mess up. That ain't cool, but that's how they get down. Um, so then Abraham and Lot separate, and then it says Abraham rescues Lot. Hold on, because I don't want to read all of this. I'm just trying to see. Oh, okay. It's in Sodom and Gomorrah. We ain't got to read all of this account because Abraham and Lot, after they got over the issue in Egypt, they went their separate ways, and it says that um, I forgot where Abram went to. Well, I'll read part of it. The Lord said to Abram after Lot had separated from him, lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land that you see, I will give you to your offspring forever. And I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, your offspring can also be counted. Arise, walk through the length and breadth of the land, for I will give it to you. So Abram moved his tent and came and settled by the oaks of Mamre, which is at Hebron, where he built the altar to the Lord. And again, these are lands with people already own them. Wow. Yeah, King of Kings, he became Abram's friend, but Abram was dishonest and so was Yahweh. And Yahweh, instead of taking care of Abram the way he promised he would, his way of taking care of Abram was to sling curses on other innocent people after Abram done lied. So he done put Abram in a tight spot where Abram felt a need to lie because he got to go back into Egypt and he's afraid to. So Yahweh did not provide for him out in the wilderness. And then when Abram went into Egypt, Abram chose to lie rather than tell the truth, and rather than Yahweh tell him, I'm going to protect you. You ain't no need to lie. Just tell the truth. rather than have this man coveting your wife. Tell him the truth and I will protect you. You claim you the Alpha and the Omega, so he should have been able to protect him very easily. But instead of doing that, he brought down curses and plagues on, teaching him what? How to be a liar? Teaching him that he don't have his back? Teaching him how to do home invasions on stuff, promising him lands that already belong to other people that he never actually gave him? Because he promised Abraham a whole lot of stuff that he never gave him. He wasn't teaching him the faith, he was teaching him that he's not faithful. Yahweh did not keep his promises to Abraham. King of Kings. If you continue reading in this book, we're going to find that out. Let's keep going. Now Lot, it said, Abraham said to Lot, I'm in 13:8, let there be no strife between me and you, and between your herdsmen and my herdsmen, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself from me. If you take the left hand, then I will go to the right, or if you take the right hand, then I will go to the left. And Lot lifted up his eyes and saw that the Jordan Valley was well watered everywhere, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt in the direction of Zoar. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So he saw that the land was similar to the Eden, but he went to the land of Zoar. And so Lot chose for himself all the Jordan Valley, and Lot journeyed east. Thus they separated from each other. Abram settled in the land of Canaan, while Lot settled among the cities of the valley and moved his tent as far as Sodom. Now the men of Sodom were wicked, great sinners against the Lord. And again, I'm reading in the Bible, Jethro Soul, and I was in Genesis chapter 13 right now. I'm getting ready to go into Genesis chapter 14. Let me see. Do I want to go? It's interesting though that he wound up leaving the land of Zoar, and I'm wondering if that is, like I said, the source of the Zoroastrian monasteries, the mystics, because the Zoroastrians didn't really f with Yahweh too tough either. It just talks about how Lot came in. They had served. It said they served 12 years. They served Kedorlaomer, but in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year, Kedorlaomer and the kings who were with him came and defeated the Rephaim and Ashtaroth Karnaim and the Zuzim and Ham, the Ephim and Sheva Kiriathaim, the Horites in the hill country of Seir as far as El Paran on the border of the wilderness. But when they got down to they basically, anyway, I ain't going, hey, Anishi Yala, welcome. They also took Lot, the son of Abram's brother, who was dwelling in Sodom, and his possessions, and they went their way. So then the one who had escaped came and told Abram the Hebrews, who was living by the oaks of Mamre the Amorite, brother of Eshcol and Aner. These were allies of Abram. When Abram heard that his kinsmen had been taken captive, he led forth his trained men, both born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. And he divided his forces against them by night, he and his servants, and he defeated them and pursued them to Hobah, north of Damascus. And he brought back all the possessions and also brought back his kinsman Lot with his possessions and the women and the people. Excuse me. Now, the covenant that was made, we get up to 1500. I didn't never say that Jesus was God, Pasla Gila. Again, you are barking up the wrong tree. If you would just listen before you jump in here attacking me, I read from John 8 all the time, because in 8:42 or 8, I think 42 is where he starts in on the Jews, letting them know that they worship the devil. They're not worshiping the same Elohim that sent him. So just hold your horses. We'll get there, but we're on a different lesson tonight because something was brought to my attention, Pastor Gila. Anyway, Again, King of Kings, I did not say that he wasn't, but that phrase, Yeshua being the way and the truth and the light, does not mean what Christians think it means. So you too, hold your horses. We're on something different right now. We're not going to keep spouting the same elementary Sunday school platitudes. Hey, Winlow 5837. Um, Here in Genesis 15, he said, but Abram said, O Lord God, what will you give me? For I continue childless, and the heir of my house is Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, behold, you have given me no offspring, and a member of my household will be heir. Because he had promised him. First off, Yeshua was a Jew, and the last thing he did before they put him up on the tree was celebrate the Passover in full form. Do you? So now you busy worrying about whether I eat pork or not. Do you keep all of Yahweh's days holy? Because he said, my holy days you must keep unto me holy. One of the things that was an abomination, one of the reasons he turned away from Israel in Ezekiel 22 was because they had profaned his Sabbaths. Christians then turned around and could move Sabbath day all the way from Saturday to Sunday per Roman Emperor Nero. Pasiagila, that part. And Paul told us it was all right to eat whatever we wanted to eat, supposedly. So don't come at me with that because Christians then decided they can eat pork. You can't have it both ways. If you want to say we're supposed to be sticking to Yahweh, then Yahweh said the Jews was worshiping the devil. And then they turned around and remixed Yahweh into Jehovah. And then Christians turned around and worshiped the devil and switched up the rules, but it's still the same thing. You cannot have it both ways. So whether somebody eats pork or not, which I haven't had pork and I can't tell you when, but that's completely immaterial. That's nitpicking. You worried about what somebody eats rather than the foundational part of their whole belief system. In the New Testament, you're supposed to pray over food, and most of the New Testament, though, is the words of the apostate Paul. And I'm not saying you can't pray over your food if you choose to, but again, you're going into foundational stuff that the church gave people rather more so than what Yeshua gave people. You know what? You on some foolishness. I didn't say nothing about no pork ribs. Again, I haven't had any animal protein that I can think of in probably over a month at this point. But I don't even buy pork. What is you talking about? You don't know nothing about my life, and you here talking foolishness. He just talking to be talking because he's came in here and very arrogantly assumed some stuff about me that he has no way of knowing about. And you're right, Yeshua did not nitpick on people like that. He took people as they were. That was some of the Jews with all of their nitpicking back and forth. And again, he told them that they was busy worshiping at the synagogue of Satan. Yeshua said that. So they busy on worried about what they eat and whether they can do this and who can do that over there. All, like I said, they're worried about the letter of the Mosaic law when Yeshua said that the law of God should be on your heart. You want to worry about sometimes we also comment to other people that comment. Okay. Hey, Michael Stevens, welcome. But anyway, let's get back over here because again, it was to the point Yahweh done took so long to fulfill his promise to Abraham that even Abraham is questioning him. He's saying, What are you going to give me? I keep serving you. I've been following you. You promised to give me a son in my old age. You promised to make my name a mighty people. I don't have the son, and we sitting up here starving to death. We on the room going from here to there. We living here. We ain't no mighty people. You ain't kept your word. What's going on with that? And so he still go talking about, I am the Lord who brought you out from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to possess. But he said, oh Lord, how am I to know that I shall possess it? He said to them, bring me a heifer 3 years old, a female goat 3 years old, a ram 3 years old, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he brought him all those, cut them in half, and laid each over the other. But he did not cut the birds in half. And when the birds of prey came down on the carcasses, Abram drove them away. As the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell on Abram, and behold, a dreadful and great darkness fell upon him. Then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs, and will be servants there, and they will be afflicted 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. As for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age, and they shall come back here in the fourth generation, for the iniquity of the Ammonites is not yet complete. So he telling him, I done made you all these promises and I'm not going to fulfill them. It'll get fulfilled after you gone. That part. What the whole premise of he promised this man, I'm going to make your name a mighty people, and I'm going to give you a son in your old age if you will agree to serve me. Abram went ahead like a dum-dum and signed up for it. And then 25 years later, Yahweh still hasn't fulfilled his promise of the son. His people still ain't no mighty nation. And then when he questions Yahweh about it, Yahweh puts him to sleep and gives him a terrible vision and tells him, oh, they're going to be in captivity first. They're going to be a nomadic people and they're going to be taken into captivity. But eventually I'm going to bring them out of captivity and then they might get to be a mighty nation. It's nonsense. He did get the son, King of Kings, but again, 25 years after the promise. Pastor Gila, you're going to be quieted because what you're not going to do is come in here. You're talking New Testament stuff and into something else completely different than what we're discussing right now. You're not going to redirect this conversation from where we are. I'm well aware of what Yeshua said, and I talk about what Yeshua said a lot. But we're not in the life and ministry of Yeshua right now. We're at the foundational piece. How people came to think that they supposed to serve Yahweh. His wife was 90 years old. Let me see. Yeah. Abraham was 100. Sarah would have been 90 when Isaac was finally born. We getting ready to get there. Let me see. You take him whenever you get ready to. You say you're gonna go and give some prizes. Oh, you can get rid of them. If again, this is y'all's channel too. These folks that are really getting on your nerves. Yeah, you can get rid of him. Chill Room 11. He was, in my opinion, he was a messenger, not quite like all the other prophets. He was an ascended master and kind of greater than some of the lower prophets. But all of that other stuff that they come up with, no. And you're right about that, Chill Room. Yeah, we're gonna get there in a little bit, King of Kings. Hold on. Hey, Small Nerf. I appreciate you with the thumbs up. Um, so again, we know the part where Sarah was barren. It says Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children. We're up to Genesis 16 now. She had a female Egyptian servant whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said to Abram, behold now, and I'm only reading this because this is where we start getting into the basis of Islam as well as Judaism. Ishmael, the descendants of Ishmael became the nation of Islam, or the Islamic people, the Muslims. Behold, now the Lord has prevented me from bearing children. Go into my servant, that it may be that I shall obtain children by her. Abraham listened to the voice of Sarai. So Abram had lived 10 years in the land of Canaan. Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, the Egyptian, her servant, and gave her to Abram, her husband, as a wife. And he went in to Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, she looked with contempt on her mistress. And Sarai said to Abram, may the wrong done on to me be on you. I gave my servant to your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, she looked on me with contempt. May the Lord judge between you and me. But Abram said to Sarai, behold, your servant is in your power. Do to her as you please. Then Sarai dealt harshly with her, and she fled from her. Well, the problem is, chill room. Islam is there's a like Antoine said, there's a real problem with Islam too. So I'm not here to slam one and not the other. All of them can get it. All three of the Abrahamic religions are a problem because at their core, they tie back to Yahweh, Allah, Jehovah worship, and that's a real problem. Oh Lord, Fulio. Anybody to call themselves Fulio, I can imagine they ain't have nothing real to say. The biggest problem of Islam is that they worship Yahweh. They worship El, who ties back to Yahweh, who Yeshua said was the devil. No, it ain't my opinion. That's what Yeshua said. And if you know history and start looking, Yahweh absorbed a lot of other um, beings over time. At one point in time, Baal, Yahweh, and Asherah were all worshipped in the same temple, and then over time, Baal was absorbed by Yahweh. But so was Beelzebub. He's been known as Yaldabaoth, Dionysus, Yao, Aeonus, Bacchus, Zeus, Set, but he absorbed El just like he absorbed Baal. So Muslims look to Allah as being an iteration of El, but El ties back to Yahweh as well. Why are you Muslims and not Jews? I'm explaining it now, chill room. The separation came because the Jews are the descendants of Isaac's line, and the Muslims are the descendants of Ishmael's line. That's why. But ultimately, they all stayed in the same basic area and got roped back into a form of Yahweh worship because for a while the Muslims weren't rocking with Yahweh until, again, Yahweh looks for outliers. Abraham was an outlier. He left out of Ur, and all the rest of that was out there as a nomad. And Yahweh came and put a bug in his ear and made this covenant, a whole bunch of empty promises about what all he was going to do for Abraham if he agreed to serve him. And he did the same with Muhammad, peace be upon him. But he came to him as Allah instead of coming to him as Yahweh. Jeffro Soul, I don't need to give you no scriptures for salvation now. If you will just be patient, subscribe to the channel, and continue to listen, you'll find out that that concept of having to have salvation, that's an artifice of religion, of the Abrahamic religions, of the church. The salvation comes in knowledge, being freed from this. The word religion comes from the Greek word religare, which means to bind or hold back. It's a control point. When you free your mind, allow yourself to turn off your worship gene, you no longer have need for salvation. You have need for knowledge. No, Iman Booster, I'm not Muslim. Okay, if you think that, Sir Roman, you go on about your business. But anyway, Muslims will tell you they come from the line of Ishmael. What are you talking about? They'll tell you that themselves. And for sure, the scripture, the Bible is giving you the lineage of the Jews right here, starting right with Isaac. We're getting ready to get to him in a little bit. Okay, so the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness, the spring on the way to Shur, and he said, Hagar, servant of Sarai, where have you come from and where are you going? She said, I am fleeing from my mistress Sarai. The angel of the Lord said to her, return to your mistress and submit to her. The angel of the Lord also said to her, I will surely multiply your offspring so that they cannot be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said to her, behold, you are pregnant, and you shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has listened to your affliction. He shall be a wild donkey of a man, his hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over all his kinsmen. So the scriptures kind of sort of mention it here too. They became a mighty nation too. What's the other mighty nation that sprung up out of a group of people out of the line of Abraham within 500 years or so of this being written back then? One was the nation of Israel, and the other was the line of Ishmael. So it's right here. Exactly. But it ain't even that they no chill room. You talking about they interpret it wrong. That's why you have the Quran. The Quran is another wrong interpretation. It's just another iteration of more Yahwism. And the proof of it is Yeshua said God is love. There ain't nothing loving about Islam. There's plenty of people born in Islamic countries trying to get out, and some of them, if they don't do the right thing, they wind up unalived. They still believe in child marriage. They believe in Sharia law, all that kind of stuff. The Jews is doing it, the Muslims is doing it, and Christians don't say they doing it, but they got trafficking and they support the Jews and all the crap that they do as well. Bloodthirsty, nasty nonsense that completely flies against everything that Yeshua said God was supposed to be. If Allah, Yahweh, or Jehovah was the true God, why do we not have peace on this earth? We ain't had no peace on this planet since those religions have been in power. Think about that. Yahweh was Judaism was established in 500 BC. Christianity was established in 325 AD. Islam was established in 600 AD. And there has been no peace like talking about it for any real amount of time on this planet since those religions were brought into power. I'm not spreading misinformation. I just finished reading in the Lost Book about the line of Adam and all the rest of that. You don't even know who the real about the biblical Adam is, because there was two Adamic lines. One, the first was the Adamu, and if you're saying you from them, you're admitting that you're deficient, because the main reason Enki created the second Adamic line from Adapa was because the first Adamu line was beginning to devolve in intelligence. And it's you just again, you sitting up here arguing with me, but you just finished saying what I just said. Prophet Muhammad was from the line of Ishmael. I just read it in the Bible and I just said it. So what is you arguing about, Imam Booster? Uh First off, small nerf. Supreme being is not a Christian. That's very presumptive of your part, that part. And I'm not a Christian either. But Christians treat people worse than any damn body I know. And I know because I've suffered under the hands of plenty of so-called good Christians my entire life. So don't sit here and talk about how a Christian can't treat another one. Christians just as shiesty and nasty as the Jews and the Muslims. Stop the nonsense. Hell no, Islam ain't loving chill room. On paper, it sounds good, but in practice, it's one of the most violent, bloodthirsty religions out there. You repent. You talking about if you really read the Quran, you will not say that Islam is bad. And again, if you read Sharia law, you can't say that it's good unless you a PDF file. That part. And any religion that says that anybody that ain't like them need to be unalived can't be good. And the Quran and the Talmud indicate that. That's not true, King of Kings. Are you talking about there's not supposed to be any peace there until the return? The reason there's no peace here is not because there's not supposed to be. The reason there's no peace here is because the scriptures tell us that the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. And Revelation describes Satan the devil. And here's the part that Christians do not know and will not accept. They quick to holler about the devil, the devil, the devil. They do not know that Satan of the Eden was Enlil, Yahweh, Jehovah. Satan was not some ugly boogly red somebody with a pitchfork and a tail. Satan was a title that was given him from Nibiru when he started ruling over it was like head administrator, governor, uh CEO of the Eden, if you will, but his title was Satan of the Eden. Now that part about the devil part, that devil means manslayer or liar, I think, whichever. And he is that. And Yeshua said he was that repeatedly in the scriptures. And he proved himself to be a liar. We're reading in some of these scriptures now about how he did not keep his promises. And if somebody make you a promise in your face and then deliberately go out of their way to not keep it, they lied to you. Just because he called himself a God don't mean it won't a lie. He told Abraham he was going to make his name a mighty people, and then backed out on it in a dream and told him, "No, it's going to happen, but first they're going to go into 400 years of captivity. They're going to be enslaved first, and then after you dead and gone, then I'm going to make them a mighty people." Why would you sign up to serve a God like that? But Abraham kept right on, okay, and continued to serve him. Why they muting you, Shamanic? Because they know that it's you. Because you usually come up in here with some foolishness. That's why you say crap just for. Because you already admitted you say stuff in here just to be a problem child, and these mods ain't having it. So come in here and behave, or be silenced. That's all. Again, you may personally be against children's marriage, but Muslims in general are not. I done sat here and watched video clips of grown behind men with straggly gray beards physically crying actual tears because the country that they lived in was changing the marriage age to 18. And they're saying that that goes against their rights as Muslims because of any female that is old and mature enough, they should be able to marry them. And under Sharia law, is she old enough to bleed? She old enough to breed, and that's disgusting. I've seen these video clips of gray old grandpa looking men in the marketplace with their 10 and 12-year-old pregnant wives. It's disgusting, and it's a large part of why the mortality rate for childbirth among women in those countries is still so high. Women that young girls, just because their uterus finally just got to the point where it begins to have a menstrual cycle, doesn't mean you're supposed to start pumping them full of babies when they 10 and 11 and 12 years old. That's a good way to kill your child. Children don't need to be having children. But Muslims think that that's cool, and so do Jews. In the Talmud, they go so far as to say that if a child tempts a grown man and he winds up violating the child, that it's the child's fault for tempting the man. Get the fuck out of here with that. I'm gonna continue, Angel Freeman. I'm so sorry. They when they start talking about trying to make Judaism and Islam the law, the letter of the law that's in there, try to claim that it's a good thing. No, the fact that Islamic countries still do child marriage and they still do female circumcision, that will forever get me riled up, because there's no law in any of the Abrahamic religions even that support female mutilation like that. That's something that selfish men tacked in there later just to subjugate women further and to cause them deliberate pain out of their ridiculously small-minded jealousy. But yet they turn around and holler about what a good religion it is to follow. Oh, no, no. Yeah, King of Kings. He told him ahead of time, but he didn't show him that. This man is over 100 years old at this point, and you tell me, if you agree to serve me, I'm gonna make your name a mighty people, and I continue to rock on and serve you for another 30, 40, 50 years, and then all of a sudden you turn around and go, oh, my bad, it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen like 500 years from now. I'm not gonna do what I said I'm gonna do for you in your lifetime. You're never gonna get to see it, and your grandchildren ain't gonna get to see it. 400, 500 years from now, after they done gone through 400 years of slavery, then I might make your name a mighty people. You'd be a fool to continue following somebody like that. And I'm saying, I'm calling Abraham out. He was not the sharpest tool in the shed. He was a liar who chose to serve a liar. Enlightenment 88 is not giving me a laugh, it's being disrespectful and rude and interrupting. That's why they silence you, because they don't find it funny either. You so mentally and spiritually deficient that you think it's funny to come in here and be saying deliberately disruptive stuff. But that energy is not welcome here, brother, and you know it. So I really wish you get over yourself and stop, because that's all that is. There's a point of ego at this point. You've been doing this for over a month now. Get over yourself. The rest of us are certainly over you and sick to death of it. So either come in here sincerely or please stay off my channel. I'm begging you. You right, chill room, maturity was different before. Did you realize, according to the scriptures, the age of accountability was 13 according to the Hebrews, but the age of maturity was 30. So there has never been an excuse for them out there marrying children like that. Oh, except for the fact that the Jews and the Muslims treat women like they're animals or chattel. They can do whatever they want. When we get further into Genesis here with the story of Lot, he offered up his daughters to preserve the men of the area when the men of Sodom wanted them, so that they could do the same thing to his daughters that they did to that other man's servant girl when they violated her all night till she died. That's how women were treated, like property, like a goat or cattle or whatever. The Israelites were not good people, and neither were the Muslims. And they still carry on with that same shit to this day. And people want to make them be so good because it's so politically incorrect to call people out for the stuff that they do. But I'm so sorry, that's not good. Live in something that's so misogynistic and so that you genuinely gonna sit there and say that maturity means that when she's old enough to bleed, then that means she's mature enough to go and have a baby and be a mother. You done took this girl's whole childhood away from her so that you, and what man in his right mind can even be sexually stimulated or turned on by a child at the age of 10 or 11? It's sick as hell. No matter how you try to justify it, you cannot justify that. You ain't got to accept none of it, chill room. You can leave because I'm done talking to you too. I'm gonna get on back to what I'm talking about. Because that's not one bad interpretation. That's all around the world. Everywhere you go, they strapping devices on themselves and unaliving themselves in the name of whatever, so they can get their 42 virgins on the other side of it. They marrying children. They're mutilating females all over the place till countries have outlawed it, and they still continue to do it. How many women do we have to see showing up online somewhere crying about how their bodies have been mutilated, and even sitting in a chair is painful for them now because of the way that they've been mutilated in the name of Islam? So it ain't just one incorrect interpretation, it's the way that the religion is being played out and exercised all around the world. And if you want to be blind enough to continue to accept that, then that's your business. But I'm not going to sit here and endorse it. Hey, Wisnail Creations. Yeah, there's a lot of situational homosexuality. You sit there and see in these countries, because the women literally could be unalived if they are found not to be virgins on their wedding night. And that's still so invasive and whatever. You have to present proof by way of a bloody sheet on their wedding night to prove their virginity. And if they're not known to be virgins, they could be severely punished. The marriage could be annulled, or they could be unalived for it, stoned to death. So in order to allow the women to continue to stay virgins, that's one of the reasons they marry so young, is because they don't want to court a woman and actually have a relationship. It's like, oh, I'll take her, and they buying these girls like off of a slave market somewhere. Go pay the bride price. I see her, I want her, pay the bride price. She ain't got no choice in it. And she's married off by the age of 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. But if they don't do that, there is a lot of guys that run around. You see them sometimes. It's a cultural thing. They walking arm in arm or walking swinging hands and all the rest of that. And in these little brothels and speakeasies and tea houses and stuff, they're violating little boys the same way that they would have violated these women, because little boys don't have to prove virginity by a bloody sheet on their wedding night. So these grown behind men are out there sleeping with little boys until they get ready to marry a woman, and then they go and marry a young girl instead. There's a lot of that in a lot of the Muslim countries around the world. Y'all need this. People that are so get so used to the American version of Islam that they really think that that's how Islam plays out around the world, and it is not. I'm glad she did leave, Brittany. I do have a lot because there's a lot of information. I'm teaching. I'm not preaching for real. I really am not preaching. I'm teaching. Right. Hormones now do make girls menstruate way earlier now than they did before. But these people are using that as a guideline to make an excuse to continue to marry off young children. It's ridiculous. Young girls aren't even emotionally capable of all of that. If I were born in a Muslim country, I could have been married off at the age of 10 just because my body would have betrayed me that way. Are you kidding me? And I ain't even talking late 10, almost 11. It was like a month after I turned 10, I got a cycle. So that would have meant that some old fart could have came and married me. Body ain't nowhere near ready to have a baby. You're not nowhere near ready to be a wife or none of the rest of that stuff. Entire childhood just ripped away because somebody saw you and thought that you got nice eyes or a pretty face or whatever, and want to turn around and barter you off for a couple of cows and a chicken or whatever your bride price is determined to be. And then your life is just gone with some old behind dude literally violating you every night, and you have no say so about it, and keep you having baby after baby until you look too old for if you're fortunate enough to even survive. You have children, you're 10 years older than your children, 12 years older than your children. Ugh. How do I feel about Yeshua? I absolutely love Yeshua. He is one of my main guides, King of Kings. Again, you came up in here without you want to speak before listening. If you had been in here early, I've been telling people he is one of my main guides. I've been clairaudiently linked with Yeshua. I've loved him my whole life, but I've been clairaudiently linked with him since like 2020. And you're right, Brittany. Not everyone bleeds when they lose their virginity, but that's again, this is the foolishness that they do. Same way, even to this day, in some parts of the world, when women fail to have a son, she's considered less of a woman. She could be put to death. Her child could be put to death. And they so far backwards in their mind that they do not understand that men are the one that determine the sex of a child anyway. So if a man keeps having daughters, it's something to do with his sperm. It ain't got nothing to do with the woman. But they blame the woman. Hey Raquel, welcome. Hey baby Billy, welcome. If they Muslims, King of Kings, they better stay virgins until they're married, because if they're not virgins on their wedding night, it could be a real problem. Now, to get around it in some parts of the world, there are, especially if the husband to be was the one that actually took her virginity, he may bring some chicken's blood into the marital bedroom and smear it or whatever. But some of these, they still do the thing where they literally march both the couples, like some of the bride's people and some of the groom's people, march them all into the bedroom, and they had this big ceremony. Now they will leave for the actual coupling, but when they come up out of there, they expect to see a bloody sheet. So some of them, if he has um, deflowered her, then he may take some chicken's blood in there so that he can show a bloody sheet. But they still do that in some parts of the world. I'm so sorry to hear that, Angel Freeman. You said, oh, you said you were saying if it says in the Bible that menstruation, it was probably 18 plus, but it's so young. Honestly, I think it is. It's not even in the Bible. They don't put an age limit on stuff. They just talk about sons and daughters. Um, I think that has more to do with under Jewish law and Islamic law, that over time that they have decided in practice to do certain things. Exactly. I'm so glad you brought up that Oro Monico 2445. And what I was talking about, seeing people crying in the streets in Somalia, they passed a law that older men could not marry children. And so many adult men literally took to the streets in protest. They lost their minds and damn near turned that country inside out. 24 hours later, that law was repealed because they wanted the right to continue to marry children. And I'm sure that's not the only place, but again, like I said, Somalia attempted to change the law, and them men wasn't having it. You said some got to 900 years old. Yeah, back then. Yeah, back then. But let's continue on. We had Abraham and the covenant of circumcision. Isaac's birth was promised. Okay, I'm gonna start looking at this because this is part of where I want to get into. It gets pretty interesting. God said to Abraham, "As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. I will bless her, and moreover, I will give you a son by her. I will bless her, and she will become nations. Kings of peoples shall come from her." Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed and said to himself, "Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? Shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child?" And Abraham said to God, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before you." God said, "No, but Sarah your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him and will make him fruitful and multiply him greatly. He shall father 12 princes, and I will make him into a great nation, but I will establish my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this time next year." When he had finished talking with him, God went up from Abraham. Then Abraham took Ishmael his son and all those born in his house or bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very day, as God had said to them. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, and Ishmael was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very day, Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised, and all the men of his house, those born in the house and those bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Now, first off, why are they having slaves? Because they already know they ain't supposed to be doing that. But by this point, they done got to the point where they already done decided it's all right for them to have slaves that they're buying from people. And then the whole issue of circumcision, I think I've mentioned it before, that was a thing with Yahweh, because Yahweh didn't like the fact that human males had a foreskin. Anunnaki males do not. So he so hated humans, he didn't even like to remind himself that he's even dealing with these lesser folks. He insisted that they have their foreskin removed. Hey, I did DB, whoever you are, 66 IRJ. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You say you use what happened to positive to be to positive in ministry. Angel Freeman, be blessed, love. Well, the problem is, Angel Freeman, there are so many people that want to only stick to the positive side of Christianity and will refuse to look at the very filthy underbelly of it. Same thing with Judaism and Islam. And you got to stop doing that. We are in the age of information. We're at the doorway of the golden age, the age of Aquarius. And it says that we are supposed to make this shift. We're not supposed to just keep taking the watered down lies, that half truths and misinformation that we've been given. We're supposed to awaken and stop this nonsense. You said you see me as a Christian, by me a real Christian. I am a follower of Yeshua. I no longer call myself Christian because I do not want to be affiliated with the religion of that name, because there is nothing Christ-like in Christianity. But I am a true follower of Yeshua because he put it on my mind and my heart to examine these scriptures and really suss out what he was really saying, and to take a look at what they actually did to him. They used him as a scapegoat, as a mascot, to be the bridge to scam the world into worshiping Yahweh. They remixed Yahweh into Jehovah, and then put the Christ story in the middle of there. Was like, see, Yeshua gave his life for your sins. No, Yeshua gave his life because the Jews hated the fact that Yeshua was telling them that they were worshiping the devil, and they hated it. They knew that he was the Hamashiach, the anointed one, the promised, prophesied one, but they didn't like his message, and they wanted him unalive for it. And then 300 years after, they lied and delivered him up to the Romans, because they wanted him dead, but they didn't want to do it themselves. So they didn't want to get their hands dirty. So they told the lie that he was trying to basically usurp the emperor's authority by calling himself the king of the Jews, which he absolutely did not. They called him the king of the Jews. And that was the excuse they used to get him arrested and brought before Pontius Pilate. And even after Pilate interrogated him and said, I can find no fault in this man, why don't I release him to you? They insisted they would rather have the thief or the murderer released than Yeshua. They insisted, they demanded Yeshua's execution. The Jews did. Make no mistake about it. The Romans did the deed, but the Jews insisted on having him executed. So how was he the Son of God? And how was the Jews the chosen people who had the supposed Son of God executed at their demand? That's part of the lie no Christian or Jew can explain. Because if Yahweh was the true God and Yeshua was supposed to be his son, why is it that they had to lie on Yeshua to get him brought up and executed before the Romans? And why would God even allow that? Oh, I forgot. Yahweh liked blood sacrifice. He told Abraham to cut his son's throat, so he don't have no problem supposedly sacrificing his son, except for the fact that Yeshua told them in the scriptures Yahweh isn't his father. The father that sent him is not the same Elohim or father that the Jews was worshiping. In John chapter 8, he told them, you don't know my father. You worship your father, the devil. He's a liar and the father of the lie. He's a manslayer. When he speaks a lie, he speaks out of his own nature because he don't know the truth. The truth is not in him. That part. Hey, no white top coat. Oh, cool. Welcome. I haven't seen you in a minute. Welcome. Hey, Exalted Born. Welcome. Hey, Lori Vega, welcome. Oh, here we go with the John 3:16. I've talked about that plenty of times on the channel too. Yes, yeah, the Elohim gave his son so that whoever believed like him, not in him, but believe like him, may not be perish, but attain eternal life. But which Elohim sent him? It was not Yahweh. According to Yeshua, it was not Yahweh. It was Lord Enki. uh Sky AM 4131. A lot of it's been changed, but we were given an importance was overlaid over the scriptures that never should have been. We're told that it's the infallible word of God, the Almighty, and it's unchangeable, and it's ever this, and and it's not none of that. This is 3,000 years plus of other people's mail that's been dug up out the ground and put together in a singular book, and we're told that it's the infallible word of God, but it's a mixture, a compilation of writings from 40 different people spanning over 3,000 years, and they put it together and told us it means something that it don't. I'm not saying there's no value to it, it just doesn't mean, like, no, I don't have it twisted. I know I don't have it twisted. Christianity got it twisted, and Yeshua told them they got it twisted. And the fact that you are still willing to believe the lie, that's a you problem. Don't tell me I got it twisted because you can't see the truth. It doesn't prove or say that Yahweh was Yeshua's father, but it doesn't prove or say that he wasn't either. Or Yeshua said that he wasn't. That's the problem. You don't want to believe what the scriptures say because that's the part that you've decided is inconvenient. But according to the Gospel of John, when they were directly quoting what Yeshua was supposed to have said, and John was the only one that put the Gospels up. Yes, he did. He said it. Let's read it. I'm going to go back to Genesis in a minute, but we're going to read from John because you're going to sit here and talk about what he didn't say. Tech Test 1962, he absolutely said that. In John chapter 8, starting in verse 40 through 42, well, he told them, they answered him, Abraham is our father, in verse 39. He said, if you were Abraham's children, you would be doing the works Abraham did, but you seek now to kill me, a man who has told you the truth that I heard from the Elohim. This is not what Abraham did. You are doing your works. You're doing the works your father did. And then in 42, he says, if the Elohim were your father, you would love me, for I came from the Elohim and I am here. I am not of my own accord. I came not of my own accord, but he sent me. Why do you not understand what I say? It is because you cannot bear to hear my word. You are of your father, the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies. But because I tell the truth, you do not believe me. Now, Yeshua, I just finished reading John 8:44. That's what I'm reading right now. Their father is Satan. I've just said that. He told them that their father was the devil. In another scripture, he told them that they worship at the synagogue of Satan. But ultimately, the part that, and again, he is going against Yahweh. Did you not hear what he was speaking directly to the Yahweh worshiping Jews? And you just finished saying that their father is Satan, because that's what Yeshua told them, that their father is Satan. Yahweh, Jehovah, before his name was Yahweh or Jehovah, according to the Anunnaki texts, his name was Enlil, and his title was Satan of the Eden. They do worship Yahweh. Jews worship Yahweh to this day. And they remix Yahweh and start calling him Jehovah Test. I'm not finna argue with you, because you really don't know Jack Diddley if you don't think that the Jews worship Yahweh and that Yahweh isn't Jehovah, because it tells you right here in the Bible that they started in the Romans, in the New Testament, they started calling him Jehovah. And now you're gonna remix it talking about it's because their ways were wicked. No, it's because Yeshua told them they was worshiping the wrong Elohim. He said, you don't know my father, you worship your father, the devil. He told them that the Elohim that sent him is not the same Elohim that they're worshiping. It's there in plain English, but you can't see it because you choose not to, and then gonna turn around and tell me that I'm misinterpreting it because I don't agree with what the people in the white coat and the funny hat had to say. Keep believing the lies if you want to. You can open your mind and free yourself, because the truth that I'm telling you is far more liberating than the lies that Christianity, Judaism, or Islam got you bound by, King of Kings and Tech Test. He flipped over the table. He told them that they was turning their father's house into a den of thieves. But again, he was a Jew. He was giving them pressure way before he flipped over the tables. At the age of 12, he was in the synagogue correcting them, and they didn't like it then. What do you think he was going to say and do after he done spent 18 years in the East on a spiritual sabbatical? Because that's what all the other cultures teach us. Christians act like they don't know what Yeshua was doing for them 18 years when he left out of Israel. But Indian folks know, the people in the Himalayas know, the people in Africa know, the Copts in Egypt know. Everybody else know what he was doing other than the Christians, and he was studying various spiritual systems all from all around his travels. And then he came back into Egypt, into Israel, to teach the Jews, and he was not teaching them to go worship Yahweh. There is a difference in Lord and God, but in the original, like I said, the term God should be Elohim or El Shaddai, and it doesn't mean God, it means powerful ones in the plural. El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones. And you're correct, Sky AM. Enki is the one who actually preserved us through the flood, because Noah was one of his sons, a hybrid Anunnaki that he had. Like I say, after he made it with Adapa and TT and found out he could mate directly with humans, he did it a bunch more times too. Noah was a hybrid. Terah was a hybrid. Methuselah was a hybrid. Kenan was a hybrid. Like I said, basically every name that's named in Genesis chapter 5, in Genesis, they're given credit for having earthly fathers, but they were actually Enki's sons. In this book, Andupsar the scribe was his grandson. I think he was Enoch's son or something, one of them. The Jews who do the Jews worship? They worship Yahweh. Oh, you know that, Brittany. You talking to that other clown that was talking about the Jews don't worship Yahweh. What was taught nowadays is different from then. No, you don't have to go back far, because I'm back in the very beginning. When I was reading here from Genesis, this is the account of how Abraham started worshiping Yahweh. He wasn't always worshiping Yahweh. He didn't start worshiping Yahweh till he was 75 years old. Before then, he had been in Ur of the Chaldeans, or you might think it says Chaldeans, but it's pronounced Chaldeans. And his father, Terah, who was also an Anunnaki hybrid, a fleshly son of Lord Enki, his father was a scribe in the temple of Nanar Sin. Nanar was one of, I think Nanar was one of Enlil's boys. Wait a minute, let me see. Yeah, Nanar was a son of Enlil and Ninlil. He was the first Anunnaki leader to be born on Earth. He was the patron god of Ur and Haran. He was also associated with the moon. He was known as Sin in the Akkadian language. He is the father of Utu and Inanna. And Terah was a scribe in the temple of Nanar Sin when he left out of Ur. And when he got out there roaming around and wherever they was at in the desert or whatever, that's when Yahweh picked them off and agreed and got Abraham to agree to worshiping him. Again, it was supposed to be his father's house, but it isn't. And I don't know why you can't see that, King of Kings, because ultimately they claimed that they was worshiping the true God, but he's letting them know they are not. And they've turned everything that Judaism was supposed to represent. Even it, you know what? We ain't even got to look at the logistics of whether Yeshua said it or not. I just read in the last live stream that I did, go to read Ezekiel chapter 22, and Yahweh himself absolutely reamed the nation of Israel and said he was washing his hands of them and how accursed they were for the nasty way they dealt with each other, the nasty business practices that they had, the fact that they profaned his Sabbaths and all the rest of that. 2 or 3 times in the scriptures, he had told the nation of Israel, you are stiff-necked people and I wash my hands of you. The whole book of Amos and Obadiah, he was going in on them. In the book of Isaiah, off over and over, he was going in on them. First and Second Kings, he was going in on them. How in the world people still think that the Israelites are the chosen of Yahweh when Yahweh done told them he ain't got no love left for them, and he's never, ever, 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 ever kept any of his promises towards them? It amazes me that they still got the audacity to think that they are supposedly the chosen of anything. Not that being the chosen of Yahweh is such a great thing, because again, Yahweh has proved himself not to be a faithful God. Gozeg, I don't know what you busting out here with Taurus for. They were in the age of Taurus during the era of Moses, but by the time Yeshua comes around, they're in the age of Pisces, and now we're in the age of Aquarius. And most of the early Old Testament is from the Mesopotamian region, Kuji man, but so were the Jews and the Muslims. They was all in there roaming around the same general area. Like, according to the scriptures, they come from the same basic ancestor, Abraham. The reason Muslims follow what they do because they're descendants of Ishmael and Abraham is their primary ancestor. Jews follow Yahweh because Abraham is their primary ancestor and chose to. And Christians follow Jehovah because the Roman Catholic Church remixed Yahweh and hoodwinked them into believing that they're supposed to follow him too, even though Yeshua said no. So all 3 of those religions are following Yahweh, even though Yeshua says something different. You said not just the Epic of Gilgamesh, you had Manu and the flood. Every basic tradition on this planet tells a flood story. I've read it from the Lost Book too. But in that version, he tells you that Noah is his son. That's why he wanted to save him, even though Enlil went so far as to go to or approach the council on Nibiru to get permission to have all humans drown in the flood. He wanted us drowned like rats. And Yahweh got a vision from the messenger of the creator of all. The messenger's name was Galzu. And Galzu basically delivered a messenger from the creator of all, the one who actually put this planet here. And the message was basically, I didn't tell you to go messing with my creations here, but now that humanity, you've formed the humans out of this line, they are to be preserved. And he gave him the dimensions of how to make a vessel and make it watertight and all of that so that people could survive the flood. And when Enki woke up from his dream, there was a tablet on his night table that still had the dimensions that he had been shown in the dream. It was left behind in physical form on his night table, and that's why he believed that the messenger's message was real. And he obeyed the messenger and went and gave Ziazudra, Noah, the directions on how to build the vessel and what to say to the people to get them to help him build the vessel. It took him about a week, not 40 years like the scriptures say. And during that week, Enki and Ninmah went all around. They flew all around the place or whatever and collected genetic samples of plants and animals of the regions, their essences, according to the book, not the whole animal, 2x2 and 7x7. No, they took some livestock into the vessel with them, but the vast majority of animals and plants that were taken into the vessel were taken by their genetic samples, and they put that in a watertight box as well, just in case the bigger vessel that Ziazudra and them were in didn't survive. They wanted to make sure that they could at least repopulate and somewhat bioform the planet back if all was lost in the flood, because they knew the flood was coming. No, Swims, we are back. We're in the Bible now. Gilgamesh is basically Noah, I believe. In another epic, it's another name. Wait a minute. Actually, it's a king in Uruk. It says he was the son of a goddess. He went in search of immortality. So the story is similar to some aspects of it, and I think in the Babylonian epic are similar to the flood story, but he's not Enki or any of those. He's actually, in fact, because wasn't it Gilgamesh was given I think it was Enkidu. Yeah, Enkidu was an artificially created companion of Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh went on his voyage, they basically created him an organic android to basically go with him in his travels. And so, yeah, but he would no, Gilgamesh is not Enki. They do play dirty. Joel Picardo, the Jews are again, and I'm not making that up. It's in the Bible, in Genesis, in Leviticus, in Isaiah, in First and Second Kings, in Ezekiel, and probably many other places too. But at least in that many books, it talks about how yes, Yahweh was too through with them because of their nasty ways of dealing with people. No, we're not all children of Abraham, Wendy Boken. That's the lie that Jews tell and Muslims tell. Everybody on this planet are not descendants of Abraham. Jews and Muslims are, but everybody on this planet. There was plenty of other Elohim on the planet at the time, and plenty of other choices to be made. The earth was in full swing by the time Abraham decided to start serving Yahweh. Even according to this, like I said, he came out of Ur, which there was a full-fledged, there were cities and temples to other gods and all the rest of that stuff by that time period. So I'm not sure why you believe that was the only one because that's the lie Yahweh told. But no, that's not the truth. I'm hoping my I don't know why my charger won't kick in. I'm on 20%, so I'm gonna do what I can here. Hold on. Uh, Leo, whatever Leola Rue I say, 904. I can wear whatever I choose to wear. It ain't no dirt to my body. That's what you say from your Christian religiosity. I'm not Christian. So I don't have to follow your rules just because you bopped up in my live stream and decided to put some of your Christian arrogance on me. And again, the idea of a gateway of sin, the idea of sin is another point of Christian arrogance and religiosity. But I'm good. Thank you, though. Thoth is Ningishzita, yes. Exactly. People can wear whatever they want to. Even in the scriptures, it talked about, now I think it would have been stupid for a man to do that, but a Hebrew slave that was freed, if he wanted to stick around and continue, because the way Hebrew law was set up, if he married a woman in captivity, then he would be freed after 7 years. Her enslavement never ended. And if they had children, those children would be slaves of whomever had taken them as master. So he could be free, but if he wanted to stay with his wife and children, he would have to lean against the doorway and have his ear pierced with an awl, to have his left ear would be pierced with an awl to denote that he chose to remain in captivity. So he basically made himself a voluntary slave of his master so he could stay with his children. These people don't know what they're talking about, because the Israelites had enough gold on them as jewelry to create a golden calf coming out of slavery in Egypt. They had enough gold on their person that Aaron was able to make a golden calf out of it. Again, that's some of them Bible thumpers that's always looking down their nose at somebody don't have a clue what they're talking about. But okay. Wendy Boken, I don't think Yeshua was coming back to Earth soon. I think he's already here in non-corporeal form. If he physically came back to Earth now, these arrogant jackasses would try to unalive him again. It would not be safe for him. They ain't enough security detail on the planet to keep him safe if he tried to come back in the physical. And there's no need for him to come back in the physical, because he said he was going to send Holy Spirit as a helper. The Millerites thought that he came back. He was supposed to be coming back physically in 1844. I don't think he came back physically, but there's a lot of evidence that of world events and religious events from then until now that would indicate that he is very much active on the planet spiritually, but not physically. No, Sky AM Inc. does care about us. He didn't keep us around as experiments. He saw that humanity's intelligence was devolving, so he made it with humans and shored up the line. But he genuinely, as a creator, as a scientist, once he gave us his DNA, which they had to in order to make us fertile, and he realized we had intelligence and we were sentient, he loves us basically like his children. But his hands are sort of kind of tied because it's Enlil who hates us, and Enlil is the one who has control or rulership of Earth. Who is the Sumerian king with the scorpion symbol over him? I have no idea. Thank you, Swims. Yeah, we're getting through some text, but not enough. Even with the trolls, though, yeah. I did not get a chance to watch Religiosity. I went to sleep. I didn't say sin was arrogance. I'm saying Christians have a very arrogant attitude because they're coming in always judging people for sin. Christians be some of the folk, they instead of looking at their own sin, they quick to judge somebody else and what they're doing and when they gonna go to hell and what they need to repent of and all the rest of that stuff instead of looking at themselves. Every time I come on a live stream, I get some good Bible thumping Christian either come and invite me to hell or tell me about how I'm going to hell or I need to repent or what I can't do and all the rest of that stuff. And again, there are some real holier than thou, super fundamentalist, super judgmental Christians out there that have decided that you can't wear any jewelry, you can't wear no perfume, you can't wear no makeup and all the rest of that. But just because they said it don't mean it's the truth. Because there's plenty of other Christians that wear jewelry and earrings and everything else. So for her to take it upon herself, number one, coming up in the live stream and assuming that I'm Christian is a ballsy to start with, because I'm quick to tell you I'm not. But she gonna tell me what I need to not do because I'm inviting sin and all that. Says her in her super religiosity. What happened to judge not lest ye be judged? That part. Joe Blogs. Oh, here we go with the foolishness. Carry your ass. Bye. Thank you, Wendy Balkin. You think Mansa Musa was part Anunnaki to have the most gold ever? No, not really. Mansa Musa was in Africa, but so was all of this gold mining that they was doing. So if he came along after they pretty much gotten the gold out that they needed, the Anunnaki didn't mine gold for the value of gold. They mined gold for its chemical properties so that they could pulverize it, they could purify it, pulverize it, and throw it up in the air to stabilize their atmosphere. Not throw it up, but you know what I mean. They launched it into orbit in their atmosphere to say put a blanket of gold around their planet to stabilize their atmosphere. But when they stopped mining those mines, look how much gold we still mining and pulling up out the ground to this day, at least 6, 10, 12,000 years after they stopped mining gold on this planet. So if Mansa Musa was in an area where gold was plentiful and the mines were still there and available before all of the colonizers started coming in and taking over, he had gold at his disposal. Africa has never been poor until white folks came through and declared it to be poor. It's poor in the world standard because they won't value the money appropriately, because they turn around and strip Africa of all of its natural resources and sell it back to them for pennies on the dollar in the commodities market. But Africa should not be poor. Africa should be one of the wealthiest countries on the planet, period, hands down. The only ones that might be any richer would be United Arab Emirates because of their gold, their oil, but there's oil off of Africa's coast as well. There's no reason whatsoever that Africa should be poor except for the greed of the colonizers. King of Kings, I do have an IG. I am Modern Mystic Messages on IG as well. I just haven't uploaded anything to it recently, but I will be soon. I'm on TikTok as modern.mystic.messages there as well. Are the Anunnaki really gods in exile? Kind of, sort of, yeah. They said that there is a place on this planet that humans cannot go, that they have for their use. It is, they put that in the Lost Book of Enki as well. People talk about beyond the ice wall and all the rest of that. Yeah, exactly. Repent means just basically change direction and have a change of heart, a change of mind. And I did. I repented from Christianity when I found out how wicked it actually was. I did repent from Christianity and became a true follower of Yeshua. Your friend said she shouldn't talk to you no more because you don't claim Christianity. Well, she ain't really your friend then. Let her go. She can't sit at your table and walk your path. You're a chosen one. And she gonna find out. All of them arrogant Christians that think they know so much gonna have the biggest oh shit moment ever when it go down in their lifetime. Now I don't know whether that, I hope it's gonna be in our lifetime. It may or may not be. But whenever it go down, according to Yeshua, they gonna have one of the biggest oh shit moments ever. Wendy, I would be very pay attention because, mind you, I've had someone who looks like the Christian depiction of Yeshua walk up to me in physical form and handed me three $3 on Christmas morning. But that's not Jesus, because Yeshua don't look like the Christian depiction of Jesus. That's Caesar Borgia. So be very careful when you say Yeshua walked up to you. He don't look nothing like Christians and painted him out to look. That part. Yeah, Jackie Mitchell, you're right. You said they truly lost because of your intelligence. They're angry that you're not lost with them. Yeah, they refuse to free themselves. They think that they got to stay stuck in that stuff. And I'm like, okay. Yep, he was white with long brown hair. That's not actually Yeshua, baby. I'm so sorry. Again, and I admitted, I know that it wasn't actually Yeshua. That man was sent to me to prove a point. I was at the doorway of accepting my Christed beingness. I had just finished doing um, a meditation and an initiation type program that basically was saying, instead of celebrating Christmas that year, to go out Christmas Day outside and commune with Yeshua in spirit and accept my Christed beingness, my Christhood. And when I did that, I was moved to go do that exercise on the beach. And a man walked up to me that looked like the Christian depiction of Yeshua and handed me those three $3 but I know for a fact that that wasn't actually Yeshua, because Yeshua don't actually look like that. That's what Christianity then told us he's supposed to look like, but that's Caesar Borgia. Yeshua was a Jew, and they said his hair was like wool. And again, you got to understand, the Jews you see today in Israel are not the biblical Jews. Ashkenazi Jews came in as hijackers, interlopers, and took over. Biblical Jews would have been very dark. I mean, think about the Shulamite maiden in the scriptures in the Song of Solomon to talk about how black and lovely she was. Yeah, think about the Ethiopian Jews when you think Jews and what Yeshua probably would have looked more like. Good morning, Nikita. Welcome. And good morning, Prash 1802. Yeah, Leo LaRue, whoever you are, Leo, your essay. Yeah, I've read the whole Bible multiple times, and we're gonna be going back through it again. That's why I have this Bible study. And again, I'm gonna have to start doing uploaded content because the trolls be wanting to take the conversation in other places. But yeah, yeah, probably Middle Earth or over the ice wall, Brittany, or maybe they're all in stasis in the halls of Amenti at this point. Just because you're born into a religion does not mean that your God is the real one, Prash. So sorry to tell you. You could be lost too on that foolishness, but okay. Now that's true. He can appear in a form that you can understand, but pay more attention to what you receive clairaudiently in meditation from him than that what the individual necessarily looked like. Sand dollars. I've always lived by three. I'm a three girl, 369, all of that. I am a life path number three as well. 33 is a Christic number, that is Yeshua's number. And even according to the Lost Book of Enki, that yeah, 33 is Yeshua's number. Or actually, I think it was in anyway. But the sand dollar represents the Christos story, the Christmas story, according to people putting meaning into symbols and stuff. Who are the Ashkenazi Jews? The folks that you see today, the light skinned folks with the larger noses and stuff, they look kind of sort of almost white, but they still keep themselves very, very separate, and they claim that they're Jews. They're not the original Jews. They're just not. Hey, Hala, CBF, and welcome. Well, here's the thing, Bethlehem, all of that part was kind of sort of over in the Middle Eastern areas between Israel, Jerusalem. They talk about going into Egypt. That area of the world is kind of Middle Eastern, but they also, the Jews migrated into Africa because of when Jerusalem was overthrown. Leo, I'm not finna argue with you what you believe. You can stay as puritanical as you want to because I am not Christian. I don't know why you cannot read from my mind. In the Bible, it talks about people being tattooed. Okay. Now, whether you choose to do that or don't do that, that's up to you. The church done put a lot of rules on folks based on what they thought they interpreted from the Mosaic Law or didn't interpret from the Mosaic Law. But the Mosaic Law is trash too, because the Mosaic Law gives rules for the slave master and the slave owner. So I'm not finna cherry pick through based on what you and your puritanical spiritual understanding of Christianity is, because I'm telling you, the whole religion is trash. And therefore, I'm not finna judge somebody if they choose to put a tattoo on their body. That's between them and their body. Stop being so damn judgmental, because I promise you, you may not have near tattoo, but you got just as much that you could be judged for as a person who chooses to wear earrings or tattoo themselves. Namely, your arrogant, judgmental tone. That will get you judged way faster than somebody's tattoos and earrings, Leo. Yeah, I could make it subscriber only. No, Clan of the Cave Bear. I long time ago, but I'm not going there right now. I don't know. Yeah, and here's the thing: when I say that the Ashkenazi Jews are not the original Jews, I'm still not. I am not anti any human being. I am anti the religious systems that have lied to people and kept them and led them down this violent, wrongful path. So even the current day Jews, the older Jews, any of the rest of them, anybody that call themselves worshiping Yahweh has been misled. Period. Dot. Anybody that call themselves worshiping Jehovah has been misled. Anybody that call themselves worshiping Allah has been misled. So I have nothing against any of the people as individuals. I have a problem with the hierarchy and the folks that put that mess into play in the beginning. And I'm saying it's time for us to wake the hell up. That's all. Hey, Ada Azad Marut. Hi, welcome, welcome. Yeah, they cherry pick what they want. Cause I'm sitting here looking at the fact the answers you were seeking are now in my DM. I don't need no answers that I'm not seeking no answers, King of Kings. Go on about your business. Why don't you do that? Okay? Because people are kind of sick and tired of you with that foolishness. You just want to let you know you saw him, he was black, he was awesome, he looked at you, you were rambling, and he said, forgive for everyone. Okay, whatever. And you are supposed to forgive. And I'm not saying he didn't say that to you, because he said something. I am clairaudient. I have not physically seen him in any other form other than, like I said, and I was just given a symbol of what was going down for me that day ceremonially with the symbols of the Christ story. Um, but you are supposed to forgive people, but you also not supposed to be a milk toast. Yeshua was a spiritual badass. What he said to me was, there's none of these religions that I would be affiliated with if I were to come back here physically. I would sit down and braid another whip. That's what I do. That's what he told. That was the first, like, really clear thing that I heard from him, and I was like, Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, that's what he said. Thank you, Exalted Born. You say you just want to say my energy is divine, elevate the frequency, my light carries wisdom and understanding all in one. Stay righteous, stay powerful. Thank you so much, Exalted Born. That's what I'm trying to do. I know a lot of folks don't like it, but like Stuart Tranter here has no, I'm not pretentious at all. I'm just teaching straight out the books what the Bible has to say, what the other ancient texts have to say, all the rest of that. We are supposed to be humble, but we're also supposed to be firm in our knowing. We can't let somebody just come in. People mistake what humility is actually is. There are some people that have misconstrued humility to mean we got to be a doormat and just take whatever people give put on us. Yeshua didn't say that, and that's not what real humility is. I believe I am humble because I quick to tell people I'm only telling what Yeshua told me to say. I didn't make this stuff up of my own accord. It literally said I spent over a year kind of looking at it again, sitting with it in meditation, going back and double checking, reading the scripture over here, sitting with that information before I even got enough confidence to know that this is what I'm supposed to say and teach. It really got to a point where my spirit team started letting me know, if you don't get your butt out here and do what we told you to do, you said that you would serve. If we told you what to say and where to go and what to do, you said that you would follow. And so if you don't do what we're telling you to do, you're going to have a Jonah moment. That's when I really made up my mind. I had to speak out for the channel. Sky AM, yeah, ask your question because I'm gonna get off of here soon. We're gonna get into more of the discussion of Genesis because I definitely want to go into it, but it's getting late into the evening. And we'll take back up in Genesis. I think it's like 15. Hold on. Good. Well, Wendy, you're not supposed to be. Sky AM, put your question in here. So you said you want to ask an opinion. You're more than welcome to. You said true energy identity of Yeshua had a side to him that could decimate as if he feels it's needed, but from your experience, he's loving side is the patient dominant side, but he can be a goon too. Yeah, exactly. No, we're not supposed to be. And we're supposed to use our discernment. We're not supposed to sit here and just accept whatever the preachers and the pastors and their moms told us because that's what they told us. That's how we got lost in the first place. When they first started pushing religion out, 90% of the planet could not read any language. And all we could do was sit up in them big musty cathedrals and hear what they told us it said. Now we have the ability and the spiritual obligation to read it and figure it out, kind of understand it for ourselves to a degree. And people just refuse to do that because they're so busy still wanting to buy into the lies that religion has sold us. You think Buddha and Yeshua were one of the same, just different times and of course bodies? Um, Possibly, if not from not the actual same beings, certainly sent from the same Elohim. And that's one of the things that I teach, Sky AM. Absolutely. We went into the emerald tablets here. And when I started getting into the second emerald tablet, I started understanding between reading the Gospel of John and reading the emerald tablets, I believe that Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth. Thoth was the son of Enki. And it said that Hermes Trismegistus is the thrice born of Thoth. He was the third incarnation of Thoth. Hermes came around in like 600 AD. Buddha was around 500 BC or so. Yeshua was right there in the middle at the 0 AD point. So I really, really feel like if he was not the Buddha, that he was the incarnation of Thoth. In the you said Hare Krishna being the real Yeshua. I think Krishna in the Hindu is Yahweh energy. I think Vishnu is Yeshua. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vishnu is Yeshua swims. But I mean, people that Hare Krishna energy, more so like in the Vedic stuff. Like for what the one of the mantras I work with is Chidananda, and it is like the Christ energy mantra. Oh, Shawanda Sheree, yeah, you have a wonderful evening as well. Rest and sleep well. I probably will jump back on tomorrow just because we didn't get into the point that I was, like I said, I woke up this morning thinking about Abraham and Lot. And truthfully, the part that I wanted to bring to people's attention, Abraham was a liar. Lot was such a drunkard that he literally allowed his daughters to come into him on 2 consecutive nights. He got so drunk that he slept with his own daughters and his daughters had babies by him. Why in the world is people sitting there still trying to follow men who made those kinds of decisions? His spiritual decisions couldn't have been much better than his life decisions. Yeah, you can ask another question, Sky AM. Go ahead. Shiva is Enki and Vishnu is Yeshua, yeah. Was Muhammad good? Not really. Not really. I mean, I ain't gonna say he was 100% bad. Yeah, yeah. Muhammad was very moody. Yeah, Muhammad, peace be upon him, had some mental issues as well as spiritual deficiencies, and he was questioning stuff. He liked to go just off roaming by himself, and he had the luxury of doing so because he had a very, very wealthy sugar mama. Hadijah was very wealthy. She was an older woman. He had 4 wives, but Hadijah was extremely wealthy, and she was an older woman who let him do. She was at least 15 years older than him. She let him do whatever he wanted to, so he didn't have to work. He didn't have to tend to the crops. He didn't have to do no shepherding or whatever. He just got on his little moody rants and went off in the caves and stuff to meditate, hang out, or whatever. So again, Yahweh, Allah, Jehovah picks out outliers, of which Muhammad was one. So I'm not saying he was necessarily bad, but he wasn't any better than Abraham or Ishmael. Abraham did made bad choices. Moses made bad choices. Obviously, Ishmael made some bad choices too. And Yahweh even foretold that Ishmael was going to be a wild animal of a man. He said that in the scriptures. So my thing is, why is it that humanity thought that it was cool to follow their spiritual direction when they were so spiritually and morally bankrupt from the beginning? People following stuff because their grandparents told them to. They ain't really looking at what they're actually doing in the scriptures. Enoch, Angel Freeman, Enoch said walked with the true God, but Enoch was also an Anunnaki hybrid. He was a son of Lord Enki by a human. Right, you see, you never understand how alcohol can be that good to just make worse life choices. Right, exactly. I don't know how you gonna get drunk enough to sleep with your daughters. Not once, but both of them, one back to back. One day, one of them got him drunk and he went and had sex with her. The next day, the other one got him drunk, and both of them got pregnant because they chose to have relations with their father. And the people that came out of them, their lineages wasn't nothing nice neither. The Moabites and the Ammonites came up out of those two unions. And yes, Esther was a Moabitess, but that was only because she was an individual who chose to leave the land of her father and stick to her husband's people, even though her husband died. She was a widow and chose to stay with her mother in law rather than go back to the Moabites. But the Moabites were vicious, vicious, and they were not servants of Yahweh. They weren't, I don't know if they were servants of anybody because they got a bad reputation, almost as bad as the Ninevites. But the Ammonites weren't, no, they wasn't nothing nice, and neither was the Moabites. Hey, Queen Soul Salifa. Y'all, I am gonna have to go because I've tried to plug up my phone. There's something going on. It will not allow me to charge when I'm using it like this. So I'm down to 10%. So I am we're gonna take back up. I will jump back on here. I'll have to do TikTok earlier in the day. I'll jump back on tomorrow around 7 p.m. and we can take back up there as well. All right. Until then, you're so welcome, Jackie Mitchell. Thank you to all of you who have joined me. I hope you all will join me again tomorrow. If you wish to be included in the WhatsApp group, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. And we will take back up tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern so we can finally get more into the scriptures, get this Abraham story and the Lot story kind of nailed down pat a little bit because I wanted to go through several of those scriptures. But have a wonderful rest of your evening, y'all. Peace and blessings to you. I love you. Namaste.